Susan, you're gonna want to check this out. They're Catherine's.
Is this what she's been doing all those late nights?
She must be curious. Experimenting.
That's it. I'm going up there. Catherine, we have to talk.
What do you want?
Your father and I saw what you've been doing on the family computer.
You went through my tabs?
Cat, sweetie. We know about Figma Draw.
But no buts.
Whatever happened to just importing your SVG files?
Figma is fine for moving rectangles around, but for art?
Oh, you don't understand. You can add text to a path, make wiggly dynamic strokes, use brushes and blurs.
And what if you get hooked on it?
Listen, Missy, if you think you can just ignore other software and create your own vector doodles in some tab on some browser, then you have got another thing coming. And let me tell you... Oh, don't Susan me, Tom! You said it yourself! Figma is for buttons and sliders.
It's for practical business application. It's no place for a little girl like you to just...
Express yourself.
I'm not a little girl. I'm an artist. I made beautiful images without using any outside programs, and you guys are mad at me? Open your brains. Design can be imaginative and expressive. It doesn't need to be clean and flat. I can be an artist and a product designer, or even a brand designer.
Catherine, sweetie, we're not mad. We're disappointed.
Disappointed that you didn't tell us about this earlier.
Don't let your loved ones be the last to know about Figma Draw.
You guys will have that presentation ready by 4, right? It's been a month. Better be ready.
Oh, Houston, we've had a problem.
Why aren't we using our font?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We're switching to Figma slides.
And one more thing.
Susan, you're gonna want to check this out. They're Catherine's.
Is this what she's been doing all those late nights?
She must be curious. Experimenting.
That's it. I'm going up there.
Catherine, we have to talk.
What do you want?
Your father and I saw what you've been doing on the family computer.
You went through my tabs?
Cat, sweetie. We know about Figma Draw.
But
No buts.
Whatever happened to just importing your SVG files?
Figma is fine for moving rectangles around, but for art?
oh, you don't understand. You can add text to a path, make wiggly dynamic strokes, use brushes and blurs.
And what if you get hooked on it?
Listen, Missy, if you think you can just ignore other software and create your own vector doodles in some tab on some browser, then you have got another thing coming. And let me
Susan,
tell you...
baby.
Oh, don't Susan me, Tom! You said it yourself! Figma is for buttons and sliders.
It's for practical business application. It's no place for a little girl like you to just...
Express yourself.
I'm not a little girl. I'm an artist. I made beautiful images without using any outside programs, and you guys are mad at me? Open your brains. Design can be imaginative and expressive. It doesn't need to be clean and flat. I can be an artist and a product designer, or even a brand designer.
Catherine, sweetie, we're not mad. We're disappointed.
Disappointed that you didn't tell us about this earlier.
Don't let your loved ones be the last to know about Figma Draw.
Welcome to Config. Please grab a spot and silence your devices. Find your place. We will begin in 2 minutes. Please welcome your hosts to the stage.
Hi everyone, I'm Joel.
And I'm Ida. Welcome back to Config.
Can you believe it's almost day 2 already? I mean, everything's just going by so fast.
I know. This has been a crazy experience. I feel like I've had so many amazing conversations with so many of you out here. I've seen some incredible talks. Yesterday was just super fun. I hope you all feel the same way.
Oh, did you also check out that makerspace in the swag store? Like, so much cool swag.
I definitely did. Pro tip for those of you coming back next year is to leave half your suitcase empty so that you have space for all the new config gear, because there's always like 10 times more than you think there's going to be.
So smart. So, it's been an awesome start to config, and there's still so much more to come. And this morning we'll be hearing from some incredible innovators who are shaping the future of design and technology. First up, we have Augmental's Corsten Singer, who's coming to the stage to give us a behind-the-scenes look at the MouthPad, a smart mouthwear for hands-free computer control. So everyone, please welcome Corsten Singer to the stage.
All right. Hello, everyone. How's it going? Nice to see you, very scary, big crowd. I'm Corsten Singer, as you guys heard, one of the co-founders at Augmental, which is based right here in San Francisco. And at Augmental, one of the things we're super passionate about is rethinking the ways in which we as humans interact with our computers and devices that have become such a large part of our lives. And so today I'm going to talk about our first step towards this in redesigning the computer mouse. Now, since its invention in the 60s, the design of the mouse hasn't really changed much, yet the hand-based sort of input paradigm has come to dominate how we control our machines. And we really kind of wanted to challenge this paradigm and embrace the idea of what could be something a little bit more of a human-computer interaction, as I was getting to. And, with the invention of the mouse, at the initial sort of inflection point of human-computer interaction invention, we saw really amazing stuff come out that allowed us to connect to our computers like never before. The mouse, the keyboard, the touch screen, which is awesome. But if anything, a little bit old. It's decades ago, and sadly, since this inflection point, our input devices have still largely remained anchored to that hand-based paradigm. The keyboard, the mouse, the touchscreen, without much exploration beyond. And even with the advent of the wearable VR, AR displays, we still see hand controllers or in-air hand gestures, which, simply put, is just not an inclusive paradigm. And our bodies are all unique with diverse abilities, yet really the digital access to the digital world, rather, has been limited to these traditional hand-based inputs. And the question comes up of, what happens when the hands aren't available? Why should our interaction be confined just to our fingers and hands on screens and keyboards? And, before I get too far ahead of myself, there still are a couple of, awesome hands-free options that are out there worth noting, like eye trackers, voice control, chin or lip-based joysticks, and even brain implant systems. But they all have kind of their big issues. For example, eye trackers cause the eyes to fatigue pretty quickly, and they don't work well under the sun, where I think we all belong. Voice control is great, but it fails in terms of privacy and in terms of controlling things like a mouse, for example. And the chin and lip-based joysticks, they're just clunky. They create a physical barrier between your face and the rest of the world. And while the brain implant solutions are pretty cool, they're just too far out in the future. And people need solutions yesterday, essentially. And bonus points if you don't have to have brain surgery. And now, this general field of assistive technology and accessibility, for me, came much more into focus when I was at Cal. I had reunited with my cousin Nico, pictured here, whom I met when I was about 10. As kids, we were playing soccer, surfing, but he had an accident in high school, unfortunately, that left him paralyzed and bound to a chair. So our reunion really kind of showed me what it means to live with disability and how limited the options are for assistive technology, particularly if you need something hands-free. And so while at school, I kind of started thinking, could my studies someday help? And when I met my co-founder, Tomas Vega, here, that curiosity was just amplified 100-fold. We both studied computer science and cognitive science, so we loved that sort of intersection of human-computer interaction, and we did a lot of research in the same labs, just busting out a bunch of rapid prototypes on alternative ways to interact with computers, essentially. And we, as a result of that, explored EEG brain sensing on Tomas's scalp there. We had EOG eye tracking, muscle detection. We learned the pros and cons of all these options out there. And after going to grad school individually, we kind of came back together, reconvened, and considered an unexplored yet really exciting alternative in the tongue. And we see the tongue really as this hidden superpower of ours as humans. And it's essentially because the tongue is innately dexterous, very capable and precise. And compared to other parts of our body, there's a super large chunk of neurons in the brain dedicated to the control and sensing of the tongue. We call it the 11th finger for that reason. And coupled with, the advances in rapid prototyping and flexible electronics, for example, we felt we could actually start to explore this new realm of interaction, which is when we sort of started to embark on the prototyping. And so here we see Tomas with the first tongue sensing prototype while he was at the MIT Media Lab. This is just a simple on or off detector, but it kind of gave us some hope to expand on that. And here we see a video actually sending some data from our first grid of tongue sensing. We had 3x3 values, so you could get some sort of direction of the tongue and where the user was putting it. And this is kind of when we felt, hey, we might have something here. Let's try to improve the form factor. How can this be worn hands-free? And we started looking, which makes sense, towards the dental retainer form factor. And this was an interesting exploration for us who have never really undertaken this challenge. And we started with the old school dental approach with the dental powders and the goops, and making models essentially from this where we could thermoform some plastic around, as you see on the right side here. But this was really before digital dentistry came into view for us, which is the way. I'm talking 3D scanning, 3D printing, no more gross goops going down your throat causing a gag, or more importantly, no more causing our friends to barf literally all over our hands in the office. True story, that stuff just sucks. And so we went digital, and as you can see sort of in the video, we can now painlessly capture our customer scans within just a couple minutes, and it's no user error. And we also have a digital design workflow that allowed us to have more control on the retainers that we're making. You can see the little seats, if you will, where our electronics will sit. And on the bottom right, we have a picture of the retainer with the front teeth removed, as we didn't really need that. So we just had a little bit more control, although it was hard at first. As designers, we're all probably familiar with squares and circles, but getting some complex, biological geometries was just trippy. I didn't really even know where to begin, and it took about 25 hours to make my first retainer, which is now down to like 5 minutes with our process. So awesome growth there. And in parallel with the mechanical developments, we're also improving our electronic components. We can see the first prototype on the left here is just a basic rigid prototype board, and once that worked, we went to the full flex PCB option, which allowed us to bend and fit inside of people's mouths, essentially. And so you can see kind of the combination of those two steps, the mechanical and the electronic part put together. You can see there's some side capsules on this device for the Bluetooth, the battery, other sort of sensors to support that main tongue trackpad, that black shape that you see in the middle. And kind of worth noting here at this stage, one of the biggest design challenges we had was making our boards not just flexible, but able to stretch to fit for other different mouth sizes. And so you can see those squiggly little connecting cables there as our first attempt to make this flexible board actually stretchable. And from there, we iterated a bit. We added a frame, first and foremost, onto our PCB so that when we were assembling the components by hand, it wasn't just, wiggling around the whole time, which was really painful. And from there, on the right side, you can see we also started iterating on the squiggly design, if you will, for lack of a better term. Those squiggles are a little taller in amplitude compared to the left, which actually helped reduce buckling when it was stretching. And we even explored detachable connectors, which didn't really work for us, to be honest, but it made us separate our circuit board from a tongue sensing component to the rest of the brains, the Bluetooth, the microcontroller, etc. And so with that tongue iteration, it's worth showing you our development board that we use throughout the process. And so you can see the kind of circuit board is on this tray with a clear, what we call it, a licker pad, so that you can lick the sensor and test the tongue detection without making a retainer every single time. And yeah, this is kind of what our current circuit board looks like today. You can see they couple and solder together at that sort of like snakehead looking tip there. And you can see the squigglies, again, have improved, adding a double squiggle action. So it's not just one squiggle, but you got a squiggle inside. This, of course, was for optimal stretchability that we found. And so yeah, we can kind of see it all together in the first functional prototype video here, where it's wired, but you can see that trackpad has become a lot more granular and more precise, kind of similar to the trackpad that we're used to on our laptops. And despite the harsh realities of assistive technology and the lack of funding that essentially kept us in a basement like this for years doing our work, I'm super proud to say we have moved into an official lab space in the city here, and our wonderful team has finally brought to life. Yeah, thank you. It's no small feat staying alive in this business, but yeah, we're there, and I just can't thank our wonderful team enough for also bringing to life our first product, which we're calling the MouthPad. And so this is what it looks like today. It's fully transparent, using there we go. Thank you. It's fully transparent. It's using compatible or biocompatible resins that you can find in your dentist's. It's tailored and custom fit to each user's mouth so that it can be comfortable with those flexible electronics, and it's fully encapsulated, so no saliva or water is going to come in and damage any of that circuitry. At this point, it's really that trackpad that we've been envisioning, but it just happens to live in your mouth and operate fully wirelessly. And so I can show you guys a couple of demo videos. This is Corbin from our team putting his device on, talking to Siri, and then with it you can kind of navigate your screen, swipe pages. He's going to click on an app and go so far as to type out a word, letter by letter. He can still speak to Siri with his device in, but this is to show you the accuracy that you can already get with the tongue. And we also support another input for cursor control, which is head tracking. So when you put the device in and you move your head sort of side to side, so too will the cursor on the screen, as you see here. And thank you again. You guys are very kind, thank you. But yeah, in summary, we wanted this MouthPad to be designed to be expressive. It supports the tongue input, head input, sip and puff, and more. It's, invisible, designed in the mouth for more private interaction. And, it's custom fit, again, maximizing comfort so that it's not just some clunky, thick device, so you can still speak. And, last but not least, it's cross-platform compatible, so, computer, tablet, smartphone, any operating system should just accept this mouse. And, I went a little bit ahead of myself, but the point I wanted to leave off here is now that it works, it just leaves us in this awesome place where we can steadily just improve the product. We want to make it, pun intended, a no-brainer, which to that end we've actually been really trying to get our performance of our MouthPad to match the state-of-the-art of the brain chip solutions out there, like Neuralink's option. And so just a couple of weeks ago, our top customer actually essentially matched the performance score that Neuralink has released, which is amazing for us, especially given we have incredibly so much less funding, and we don't require brain surgery or this extensive training and calibration for our users. And so here you can kind of see an idea of what it looks like to use the MouthPad. This is the actual performance tracking tool we built. And this is the customer on the upper right who actually has the top score. But you can see it really kind of is similar to what we know with the hand and the mouse. It's pretty quick, but even still, it's not our top score. which, tough cores are fun and all, but I think it's just as important to not just, be able to use this device easily, but to be able to learn it easily. And so this is actually a video of our onboarding interface with one of our customers, Joseph. You can see the timer there. It's only been about 20 minutes, and he's up and running, clicking and moving the mouse, getting those basics. So it's pretty straightforward to pick up. And it's been really just awesome working with these customers like this on a personal level. They've been a large part of our design process, and we don't ever want to sort of lose sight of that, which has been great. And so another thing that comes from our customers is, beyond just using a mouthpad to control your computer, there's been a lot of requests to control wheelchairs, for example. So we, started developing. Thank you. Thank you. We have Corbin again, our wonderful engineer, doing this demo here. But it just shows an early exploration into what we can do with wheelchair drives systems, essentially. And we hope to unlock this for sale eventually in the future. And beyond just the wheelchair as well, we also had to connect it to games. We want to support more and more game consoles, of course, but this is a little tongue-based Super Smash Bros., which, it's not all about work. It's about fun, too, of course. Of course. And on top of what I can show you, the explorations we're doing today, the last little tease I'll give is something that's coming out later this year in what we call silent speech. Just like we reinvented the mouse with what I've shown you today, we want to reinvent the keyboard by providing direct speech-to-text translation from our device. And that's not too new, but what's new in our approach lies with where we actually are positioned. And we can have access to these new signals that allow us to decipher speech in new ways. So we can do low-volume, like whisper-based speech, and eventually silent speech. So you can unlock what feels like electronic lip reading, if you will, for more convenient and private interaction. No more socially awkward talking to your devices in public, for example. But I could go on about that, but enough about the future. There's really some amazing stuff already happening today with some of our users that I'd love to kind of tell you guys about. And first and foremost, we have here Esther. She's one of our real strong mouthpad supporters who has found a whole new world to explore, really, with the digital access that her mouthpad has enabled. And she has been unable to enjoy the simple pleasures of taking pictures on her tablet, for example, until now. And she actually took this photo with her tongue. So that's an example that it's actually working for her. Yeah. Thank you. And here is Keely. Also, she's a superstar. She's a college student when she crossed paths with us at Augmental. So she had really achieved a ton already, but the mouthpad still granted some huge unlocks for her. For example, she could study in the library at school without, disrupting people and feeling that she was, a nuisance. She could raise her hand independently on Zoom when she was in class, and at night she had a little bit more normalcy to her routine. She could, for the first time in bed, have access to her device. In bed you're not upright. There's no easily mountable sort of connectors, and so it's often a time where you're isolated. But she could, do some late night studying, gaming, or, better or for worse, doing the doom scroll, as we all know, at the end of the night. But, it should be an option, whether it's good or bad. And here we have Josh. He's using his mouthpad to connect to a rolling blue sort of robot toy to race his toddler. I'll play this real quick. Incredibly adorable, of course. But this is what the mouthpad can do. A little improvement to your digital access can mean the whole world to somebody instead of just a slight improvement. So it's something we really love to see. And last but certainly not least, here we have Ryan Hudson Peralta. He's seen with Apple CEO Tim Cook. He's one of our latest customers and a verified Augmental homie, and I'd love to sort of bring him out now, and he can kind of share his bit for himself.
Hey, everyone. Thanks, Gordon. Hey. Thank you. That's a pretty good-looking guy up there. Not you, Courtney. I'm talking about myself. My name is Ryan Hudson Peralta. I'm the creative director of product at Rocket. Founder, hey! Love my Rocket peeps. Founder of Equal Accessibility, disability advocate, speaker, designer, husband, dad, and I'm known as Look Mom No Hands online. Should we give everybody a minute to follow me, or we can do that after? I wear a lot of hats. Literally, I have over 2,000 hats in my collection. My closet looks like a lid store on steroids, and you don't even want to know how many shoes I have. But seriously, I spent my entire life finding creative ways to figure out things that people said I couldn't do my entire life. I was born without hands, but I've never let that stop me from designing, building, living life, and it especially never stopped me from using apps like Figma better than most people with hands. I mean, seriously, when people see how fast I work, I just tell them I don't have fingers to slow me down. Now, I've been designing for years with a standard Apple keyboard and mouse, and I just use the mouse with my right arm, and I type with my left arm, and kind of like you would use your elbow. And people always ask me, like, how the hell do you do that? I was like, I don't know, I just figured it out. And it's worked for a long time. But see, one part of my disability, I was born without shoulder sockets. So every motion comes with this bonus feature called bone-on-bone grinding. And lately, it's been getting worse. And so I started thinking, when that day comes, when I can't keep using the mouse like this, what am I going to do? How do I keep creating without putting that kind of strain on my body? And that's when I found MouthPad. And now let me show you how I use it. This is the coolest case, watch. It's not going to open now. What the heck, Courtney? That's so cool.
There we go.
Boom, hands-free designer mode activated.
Yeah, let me just get
MouthPad is subtle, it's wireless, and surprisingly natural. And the best part, I can use it to navigate software like Figma with just my mouth. So let me show you what that looks like in real time.
Well, I might stop you here. This is something we sort of planned for, which is really, 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 really sad.
It's not connected.
Bluetooth is Bluetooth. And in a really large audience, sometimes that disrupts the signal. I've had this happen before. Worry not. We have planned for this. We did make a backup video that we can at least show what the demo should have looked like. And while we're roaming, feel free to accost us in the wild. We can do some, maybe demo for you out there. But yeah, maybe the gracious team back there. Yes, sweet. They have the video going.
Yeah, this is a file my team and I created at Rocket. Contains some screens from our app, and perfect for showing what MouthPad can do. First up, scrolling.
Yeah, here you can see on the app the yellow activity. We went through it pretty quickly, but here you can go through the next.
Now this is dragging. There's no lag, just smooth moving.
And yeah, you see the yellow activity. His tongue is touching it when holding, and the blue activity is for the pressure when that spikes up.
Right click. Everybody, I'm a copy-paste fiend, so I'm always right-clicking, copying and pasting, and it's just like a suction. I just like a straw suction to open the menu like that.
See that dip in the blue, how it dropped downwards instead of going upwards? That's the pressure manipulation in both directions.
Yeah, and this is zooming. I'm doing this all day too. Everybody zooms in on Figma, so you know what this is like, but this is just the same motion, just scrolling up and down. And this is obviously everyone's favorite Figma feature, auto layout, just clicking and dragging, just using all the things that we just showed you. You got to auto position that menu because that doesn't look right? And then lock it to the bottom. Boom, that's it.
And yeah, no, thank you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's demo or die is the reality, and I must have died 1,000 lives. This is just how things go. But thank you for your patience. And before we sort of part ways, while we're here, there's just one last question I got to ask you. It is a design conference after all, and just kind of want to ask your opinion briefly why it matters to design products like the MouthPad. Why does it matter? I'll leave it at that.
To me, MouthPad is about independence, because one day I won't be able to use the mouse like I do every day, and there's millions of people this is going to help. And I always say, like, what's good design for people with disabilities is good design for everyone. This is something that anyone in here could use. And you guys could be doing stuff with your hands and using your mouse at the same time. This is incredible. It's inclusive design. And Courtney, thanks for you and your team for doing this. And you guys are going to change many, many lives.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Bob.
Love you, man.
And that's all I have for today. Thank you guys for listening to us ramble for a little bit. And yeah, like I said, come find us out in the wild. We'll be happy to talk a little bit more about it. But thank you.
Thank you. Hey, go Rocket! Sorry, I had to do that.
Yeah, I did.
Wow. Thank you so much, Ryan and Courtney, for that such incredible demo and such inspiring talk. I mean, I think we can all agree that accessibility should be a core design principle in every project.
Absolutely. There's nothing quite like seeing Ryan actually use the MouthPad to fully process how technology like this can change lives. So I'm so grateful that we got to see that demo, and I hope you all have a chance to find them out there and maybe, learn more about it in real life. Next up, we have Dr. Madeline Gannon, a multidisciplinary designer and inventor. Dr. Gannon will share how her designer perspective has led to accidental innovations and how we can communicate with intelligent machines. Please join us in welcoming Dr. Madeline Gannon.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're having a great time at Figma so far. It's really big. My name is Madeline Gannon, and I'm a robot whisperer. And thank you. This is not a career path I ever set out to make, and it really just happened by accident. I'm an architect by training and a roboticist by practice, and it's really a rare joy to be in a room full of people that have maybe made that same journey, creative engineers and designer developers. It's not often that I get to share a space with so many people that know what it's like to transfer between art and design and technology. And so as someone who came from the world of arts and wandered into tech, I think it's really important to remember that culture is a technology. And that culture was the first technology, and perhaps is still the best technology at transferring knowledge from generation to generation. And I think fundamentally, that's why I see our digital tools as creative mediums. I think that they're vital to exploring the future of the human condition. Okay, now with that out of the way, I think we should talk about some robots. So, today, the world of robotics and AI are beginning to merge. And you may see some terms and headlines like physical AI or embodied AI, and that's really talking about putting intelligent software into physical things, into bodies, into robot bodies. And robotics for a long time has been this very niche research field, but it's commercializing very rapidly. And robotics in general is becoming to be our fears of AI made incarnate. Right? Creepy. All right. And really what it's doing is this rapid acceleration of this, it's making us come face to face with all of our fears and anxieties around automation and our own obsolescence. But here's what we need to remember. Automation is not inevitable. It's intentional. It reflects our values, and it is a result of our collective choices. And at any moment in time, we can decide to choose differently. Let's roll the video. I'm really passionate about inventing better ways to communicate with machines that can make things. For a long time, industrial robots have been the culprit of automation and replacing human labor. Basically, all the easy tasks to automate have been automated. Now what we're working on is using these tools to enhance or augment human labor. And that to me is very exciting. Industrial robots are really fantastic CNC machines. You put a different tool at the end of the arm, and all of a sudden they can do a whole different thing. So in the morning you can be doing spot welding, in the evening you can be doing painting. It's just highly adaptable. Another thing that I'm working towards is finding ways to bring these machines out of factories and into live environments. So onto construction sites or onto film sets. There's chance for unpredictable objects like people to be moving into the environment. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to build the system, to give this robot eyes so that it could actually see me and we can safely collaborate in a shared space. If I'm wearing or if I'm holding these motion capture markers, it knows where I am in space, it knows how I'm moving in space. Now all of a sudden we can give the machine a nuanced understanding of our intention in that space. You can get someone who's never seen a robot before and have them begin to do creative things with just a couple minutes of interacting with the machine. Thank you. So somehow, some way, I have managed to build a career out of properly misusing machines. And this project in particular, I'm really fond of. I did it 10 years ago, almost to this exact day, just down the road on Pier 9 in the Embarcadero. And even back then, I never really understood why someone, they didn't take these cameras that could see the world but not move and just pipe them to these robots that can move in the world but not see. It seemed like a pretty obvious connection to me. And it turns out it's probably because they read the manual and I didn't. Because on page 31 here of the product manual for the robot, it's just like warning you of your impending doom if you ever come into close contact with this machine. In general, I think it was really good that I never read the manual, right? Because there's a real power in not knowing what you're not supposed to do with the technology. If I had read the manual, maybe I wouldn't have discovered that what the robot was doing was not actually the most interesting thing. What kind of captivated the internet's imagination was what they saw with my connection with this machine. That I took this thing made to do short, repetitive tasks over and over again, and instead I made it this little excited puppy that was just following me along the lab. And standing in front of it is really powerful. This thing weighs 2 tons. And, being right in front of it face to face, you really stop feeling like a programmer, like an engineer, and you start feeling more like an animal tamer. Standing in front of this big beast of a machine, totally in love with it, but really hoping that it just won't crush you. And this really unlocked a big realization for me, and it's something that I think almost everyone working in robotics is getting wrong today. The future of robotics isn't really about what the robots will do, it's going to be about how they make you feel. It's not about function, it's about feeling. The tasks that these machines will do, those are really just the table stakes. The utility is what gets them in the door. As robots, as physical AI, as embodied AI need to come into our environments, as they need our mass adoption, our mass acceptance, how they make us feel will be far more important. And that's where everyone in this room comes into play. We need artists, we need designers to have a seat at the table to help decide how this technology touches society. And this lesson is a little bit frustrating to me because we should have learned it a long time ago. Well, what a lot of folks don't realize is that at the very beginning of the field of robotics, robots for industry and manufacturing and robots for art really share the same origin story. And even the engineers that were building machines for automation by day were building robots for art by night. And you look back to the late 60s, early 70s, now half a century ago, and you get these really sophisticated machines. This one is one of my favorites. This is Senstor. And this is essentially an autonomous robot built 50 years ago that has this microphone array in its snout that has a form of echolocation to come and find you. Really sophisticated. And so I often think back to this moment of time, now almost half a century ago, right when we were just beginning to experiment with the potential of this technology. And I feel we're at a very similar crossroads today with our relationship to AI. And we have a choice. We can build things that are efficient and optimized and automated. Or we can choose to build a future where the technology we live with is curious and kind and alive. And that's the future I choose to live in. Thank you. That wasn't a hold for applause. The clicker wasn't advancing. I'm not sure. Are we going to the next video? Yes, thank you. I want to introduce you to my good friend Mimus here. She's a very curious industrial robot. And I was lucky enough to rescue her from her very boring life on an assembly line in Birmingham in the UK. And a museum let me invite her in there for a 6-month holiday from her boring job to just come and hang out with visitors. And the incredible thing was that over the 6 months, over 100,000 people came to see her. And they weren't there to see like how fast she could move or how efficient she was at her task. They came to see her because her curiosity matched their own. They came to see her because when they stared, Mimus stared back. I missed that robot. Thank you. So Mimus here is just a regular off-the-shelf industrial robot. There's really nothing proprietary or special about her. Sorry, Mimus, just not that special. So she's exactly like any of the robots you would see here, making cars on an assembly line. And for me, the only difference here is that I just reached into her brain a little bit, tweaked it around, and just changed how she moved. And just by changing how she moved, people stopped seeing her like this 1-ton lump of metal and motors, and they started to see her more as this living, breathing, mechanical creature. Just by changing how she moved, I gave Mimus this illusion of life. And I discovered that this is a really powerful tool for interacting with things that think. And well, I didn't really discover this. There's literally a book called The Illusion of Life. It's a really incredible. I didn't know it existed at the time, but I highly recommend it now. This was done by some folks from Disney back in the 1980s, and it outlines these core principles of motion that you can rely on to communicate personality and like internal state of mind of things. It's a really incredible book. You can pick it up on Amazon. These guys didn't invent this idea either. If you go back to the 1940s, a pair of psychologists discovered that we relentlessly project this illusion of life onto anything that moves. Participants of the study would say that they see like this big bully triangle picking on this little triangle and chasing after a timid circle. Some participants would even like say, I see 2 guys fighting over a girl, right? Not one participant said, these are just little pieces of paper cut up and being moved on a tabletop, which is what they literally are. And Heider and Simon, amazing psychologists, they didn't invent this either. This is actually a phenomenon called pareidolia. Pareidolia goes across all cultures, it goes across all times, and it's something that's hardwired into us. It's the reason why we see shapes in clouds or constellations in the stars. It's the reason why we see a face in the moon, and honestly, faces in just about anything. It's why... Okay. It's a really powerful design material that's ready to be harnessed for things that think and move. The uncomfortable truth in all of this is that we humans are very easy to trick, right? We have a natural tendency to see animacy in anything that moves. As designers, there's very little we actually need to do to make something seem alive. When I go to these exhibits in museums, oftentimes people will imagine that the robots are seeing them through their snouts because there's these little holes there. Those aren't cameras, those are just holes to put the bolt patterns in it. Robots don't need eyes inside their bodies, their eyes can be in the entire environment here. But what you can also do is you can slap these like two big wooden circles onto the end of a robot, and all of a sudden you have this 10,000-pound roaring creature that's eyeballing you and your friends. And then you also accidentally invent the world's largest googly eye. So this illusion of sentience is a feature and not a bug. It's hardwired into all of us, and it's a really powerful medium for communicating with things that think and move. All right, so many of us these days find ourselves whispering incantations into machines, hoping that they give us back some magic in return. So how do we actually work with technology that we need to convince and not command? This is the era that we're heading towards now. What are some things that we can do that can, apply beyond robotics in how we actually talk to the software that we're co-designing with? I tend to structure my creative inquiries around these three principles. This idea of amateurism, playfulism, and optimism. Amateurism. Amateurism, what's really powerful about this is that amateur eyes can connect dots that others can't even see. And it's a really powerful tool that, unfortunately, is hard to keep the more expertise you gain. The more experience you have, the more you already know what's completely impossible, what is totally improper, and what can't be done. And now, this is something that I have to really be on guard with when I work with robotics, because I'm the expert now. And there's a lot of blind spots that my expert assumptions make, and I have to be very careful not to self-censor at the very beginning. And one thing that I find very comforting, it might be frustrating, I find it very comforting, is that when technology moves as fast as it does today, we all become amateurs all over again. And I think this really levels the playing field for innovation. All right. Playfulism. This is asking a lot of what-if questions, why not questions, how hard could it be questions. I'm sure we've all been there before. And really, this is about leading with a curiosity that's open but still intentional. I put this into practice one day when we decided to purchase a dilapidated warehouse on the outskirts of Pittsburgh. And we decided to turn it into a warehouse house. And the thesis behind this was that if I was ever going to feel what it would be like to live with these intelligent, autonomous machines, it wasn't enough to just visit them in the lab Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. We really needed to move in together and be roommates. So we built out a really beautiful living space and an incredible workspace here as well. And then the workshop space, that plan got changed when this little girl came around. It became a nursery. And for anyone who has had the amazing opportunity to do a home renovation and start a family at the same time, you can imagine that it's not the best choice to make. So we built a swing for Lena, and she loved swinging, and it let us keep on working on the renovations, and it also prevented her from eating all the construction debris, which is very helpful. And I thought, well, Lena really loves the swing. Wouldn't my robot like to go swinging too? It's always like stuck in one spot its whole life. Wouldn't it like to feel like outside of his body? And it's a very playful question. I did it because why not? Like, I had all this stuff, why not do it? But this playful question became purposeful during the pandemic when Lena couldn't play with a lot of her friends out in the park. She had a little bit of companionship, a little bit of normalcy when she came home. Right? Just swinging, hanging out. Purposeful play is really powerful. And as we're just scratching the surface of what our tools with artificial intelligence can do today, I find this a really productive way to investigate such open-ended design spaces. optimism. I have a confession to make to you all today. I am an optimist by nature, and maybe that's a through line you've seen through some of the work here. But I'm also a skeptical optimist. And this is really acknowledging the challenges that we face today. But regardless, going forward with this fearless and relentless drive to bend the future towards more desirable directions. For me, I want to show how we can reconfigure the technology today to bring a bit more awe and wonder and optimism back into the world. We need more of that. And I feel like we're living through such incredible times where the technological barriers and the economic barriers to build anything are crumbling down. The creative ceiling we have with just the tools today, not even going forward into the future, is so high that the legitimate hard limit that we are all facing is the limit of our own imaginations. If I see another robot bartender or barista, I'm going to cry, all right? Everyone in this room are building tools that are going to build the future. And the challenge with this is like, when you go into the future, there are no maps. There are no roadmaps for where you go. You really just have to navigate by the stars. What I find is that having a North Star, this clear and unwavering heading, is so useful to guide you through the journey. I find that having a North Star leaves space for idealism and optimism and ambition and the grace for the inevitable course corrections that come along the way. So as you go on today, I want you to think about what your North Star is, if you have a North Star. What's something that you can build towards with this fearless and relentless intention that's perhaps too ambitious, too idealistic, but something that we can navigate towards for your entire career? Because remember, we have the technology today. Now we just need to misuse it. Thank you.
In a moment when technology seems to change faster than we can wrap our heads around it, it is very refreshing to hear somebody approach something like AI from the perspective of curiosity instead of fear.
Yeah, totally. I mean, the insight about us all being at the level playing field for innovation just really resonated with me. Okay, so coming up next, we have Nicole McLaughlin, a designer known for transforming discarded materials into functional and often witty objects that challenge conventional ideas around waste. In her talk, she'll explore upcycling not just as a method, but as a design mindset. So everyone, please welcome Nicole to the stage.
Hello, everybody. I am so honored to be here. I've heard such amazing talks so far, and just thank you to Figma for having me. My name is Nicole McLaughlin, and I am a fashion and footwear designer focused on upcycling. Upcycling is being able to see the potential of what already exists by transforming it and extending the lifespan. My job is to take unwanted items and everyday objects and turn them into something usable, wearable, or thought-provoking. I take what is familiar, like a tennis ball, and I transform it, and I give it a completely different function. This began as a passion project, but has now become a full-time career and a quest to prove to all industries that waste is actually a resource. My design journey began back in 2015 after I graduated from college and started an internship working in the fashion industry. I was creating graphics for apparel and footwear, and I was a very hands-on graphic designer. I like to paint, I like to make things and scan it and bring it into the computer. But before working in corporate fashion, I never truly realized the amount of waste. And we're mostly familiar with post-consumer waste, like what ends up in a landfill or a thrift store. But I never truly realized how much waste is actually in the offices and the factories themselves. Every day I sat at my computer and I was surrounded by mountains of samples. When you think about footwear, to get to the final product, you can go through like 5 rounds of sampling, and that's like a half a pair of shoes. So honestly, all these things were just destined for the trash. The office had like these boxes that were just piling over, and they said shred on it. And seeing them piled up, it just like, I couldn't help but wonder, there's still so much life left. There's a footbed, laces, upper, midsole, outsole, etc. So I would rummage through the office on nights and weekends, and I would bring these things home with me. And I didn't have a plan or any knowledge of making clothes, but I started to just disassemble, hot gluing, cutting, stapling clothes together. And to be honest, I at some point was gluing clothes to my own body as a mannequin. And this is really when I started to learn the power of rapid prototyping. I was getting so inspired by everything. And it was a nice change of pace. I was sitting at that computer all day long. I know we're all familiar with that feeling. So taking it off the screen and really just getting my hands dirty, it really felt good. And it wasn't something like, making something that felt like a final product. It was really about the process. And it was also not getting stuck on an idea for too long. I think, we as designers, we have a hard time exploring new ideas because sometimes we're worried, we don't have the skills or the knowledge to begin, how do we even start? But during this time, I really pushed myself through that feeling. And to be honest, it was some of my best and most important work. It was just realizing the possibility of these materials. And obviously, things were very rough around the edges, but I wanted to continue to develop and see where this could go. I didn't know how to use patterns, so I was physically just putting materials onto my body to create shape and to understand form and movement. I let the fabrics and the colors determine the shape and, kind of just went with wherever they wanted to go. I would look for items like jackets, where there's a zipper, there's pullers, there's pockets, and so I would get more bang for my buck on one garment. And this piece, the IKEA sandal I made, was the first thing that kind of went a little bit viral. And I did not expect that to happen. I just had my friends and family on Instagram, and I posted it, and I did not expect what was going to happen next. And it picked up, and people were they're sharing it, and they were sending it to people, and I think that's really what was the moment that I was okay, maybe people like this, maybe I have something here. But I was mostly why? What about this is so cool that people really want to talk about it? And I think it was a little bit of the moment where we were in sneaker culture, but also the colors were great, but I really think it came down to IKEA, the branding, something we're all so familiar with. And so I kind of just was I think I need to keep doing this. I have to fight through this weird feeling of okay, now people are watching me, but I should just keep posting and see what happens. So in 2019, after about 8 months of being consistent and posting my work online, I was still working at my day job as a graphic designer when an outside marketing agency came to Reebok, and they were doing a trend report, and they said, you should really work with this girl, this up-and-coming artist. And I was oh no, all my coworkers kind of looked at me, and I was I think this is my moment to go off on my own. I was really nervous to make the jump to do my own business. This isn't something I ever thought that I would do. I made it in a corporate job. I had the healthcare and the 401k, so giving that up was a little bit terrifying. But I had some, solace knowing that there's one brand in this huge industry that has this much stuff. So there must be all the other fashion offices must also have this much stuff. So 2020 came around, and obviously the world shut down, and this was a very uncertain time for all of us. But I really felt like I had a lot of people's attention. People were doom scrolling, and I was just pumping out work. I was making 3 to 4 projects a week, and the rapid prototyping was in full effect. But the problem was I didn't have access to the well of company materials anymore. and the thrift stores were closed, and it wasn't super chill to be going through people's garbage during a pandemic. So I started to upcycle my own upcycles. I started to take apart the things that I had made. And that helped me understand the importance of impermanence and to embrace the feeling of letting go. And that what is next for this piece may actually even be better than what it was once before. We often limit ourselves to imagining something in only one way. But a backpack doesn't have to stay as a backpack. It can be shorts or a vest. And a shoe doesn't have to stay as a shoe. It could honestly be anything. And at this point, I feel like my address got leaked because all of a sudden, truckloads of mismatched pairs of shoes and clothes and people's garbage started ending up at my 500 square foot studio. But that gave me hope that, these corporations and that people in general just watching one small independent artist. So that fueled me to show them how good their trash could look. When brands started to reach out to do projects together, I had to learn how to balance a brand's identity with my own. It was challenging to make sure that they were represented, but also let my personal style come through. I found things that I was good at, like branding, going back to that IKEA shoe and making sure that's coming through at the forefront, but in a way that hasn't been really done before. And when you're starting a new endeavor, I think that's just such an important thing to remember is you have these skills and try to apply that, to your new project. And I was finding creative ways to take those products from these brands and trying to transform them into a way that it's familiar, but it's in a way that they hadn't seen it before. And this sort of created this new era of marketing. I worked with brands like Puma to use their soccer goalie gloves, and that's just transforming it from, this product into a wearable piece. And once I started to take brand projects, they turned into so many more opportunities. Like working with luxury brands, Hermes and Gucci, a space that I thought that my work would never sit in. And that even led to creating a piece for the Super Bowl. So this was a 6-foot jacket, and it was really heavy. And we made it in a way that we can take it apart after. And so it wasn't, there wasn't any cuts. There was very, very minimal stitches. So all the gloves were taken apart, and we were able to donate to a school after. For me, no material is off limits. I've used everything from beach balls to Legos to bread. A lot of bread, actually. My ideal project is one that I could rework into a lunch after. And I use humor as a way to capture people's attention, to bring them into a conversation. The topic of sustainability can be really dark and depressing, and I don't always find it to be super inviting. But I share these projects in hopes to bring this topic, a little bit lighter and make it more approachable. Come for the laughs, but stay for the bigger message. And it's been so important for me to continue to make these personal projects, even after going freelance, because that really gives me the space and the time to fail and to create things that, maybe won't see the light of day, but I get to explore and kind of relive that feeling that I did in the beginning. I continue to challenge myself every single day to see the potential of the objects that I use. This mindset, to be honest, has taken over my day-to-day life. I'm more conscious of my shopping habits, the way I cook, the way I commute, and just in general, my contribution to a more eco-conscious future. But every day, I find it even more important to put the pressure and the spotlight on these big companies that I'm working with, who need to be taking responsibility for the things they've produced. They've created all this, but then they put the pressure on us consumers to figure out what to do with it. Where is the accountability? The reason that these things typically get trashed is because it costs more money to store it in a warehouse than it would be to just create it brand new. And that, to me, feels like such a flawed system. There's so much time and hard work and energy that was put into making this. So why are we so quick to throw it all away and start from scratch? Why not try to use what we already have? And something interesting that I've learned as I've continued to do this and get kind of deeper into the web of brands, is that they might be making more sustainable product, but they don't even want to talk about it because they're afraid it might shine any spotlight on some of the other products that they're making that aren't as sustainable. I think that every step forward is important, and obviously things didn't get this way overnight, so it's unrealistic to think it's going to be an instant change. Admitting that you don't have all the answers, but are willing to work together, means a lot. And I'm going to take this opportunity to preach a little bit about why I think it's so important to learn how to sew. It's such a great skill, and I highly recommend it as a hobby. You don't need to take upcycling to the extremes that I'm doing it, but it's really such a nice break from the screen. And you can use upcycling as a way to make your wardrobe work for you. You can initiate things like clothing swaps in your office, on campus. Just because you might not want something anymore doesn't mean a friend wouldn't want it. And now I've kind of reached this point where I've had so many students and young people reaching out, being like, where are you getting all this material? And obviously these brands that are so willing to send it to me for free. So I was like, how do we just connect the dots between these people? So I started to teach workshops in hopes to get the materials to those who are looking for it. The workshops are an opportunity for people of all different backgrounds to come together to learn how to sew and repair clothes. Problem solving around waste isn't just a fashion industry issue. I think this creative way of thinking could be applied to any industry. And we can learn from each other. Sometimes we're sitting next to each other and actively solving each other's problems. I've also been working with brands to help implement post-consumer options like repair centers, and that's a way that you can just bring in a jacket or some of your clothes that might have a rip or a tear, and the brand themselves will help you to be able to repair it. And I do this a lot with this brand, Arc'teryx. We've been really working on this Rebird program where you can bring in your jacket. Also, take-back programs. So if your jacket is beyond repair and it's completely destroyed, you can bring it in exchange for a discount, and then we'll be able to use that material for future projects. And that knowing a sustainable path forward starts at the beginning of the process. And there's so many designers here today, so I think it's always really important to remember that, that beginning decision that you make really can affect the end of, whatever product you're making. I've been working on things like modular design. So I created this 401 shoe for Hoka, and you can wear it multiple different ways. I think being able to give the consumer an opportunity to be able to upcycle something or change something about the product to keep it circular, give it more longevity, I think that's super important. Also things like pattern efficiency, so little to no waste patterns, getting really creative with can you make something without really having to cut it or sew it? And then upcycling at scale. Ultimately, there will be waste, and my job making these one-of-ones is great, but how is this applied in a bigger way? So really getting close with brands, kind of helping them figure out my process, breaking that down, and how can this actually be scaled? And you can get involved too. Look in your closet, go for those pieces you haven't worn in a while, and also just get off the computer sometimes. Use your hands. If you're looking to get rid of materials, please reach out to me. But please do not send them to my home address again. I encourage you all to see the potential in what already exists, whether it's materials, ideas, or early concepts. You'll be surprised at what you would have thrown away. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Nicole. First, that talk was incredible, so creative. Really loved the idea of seeing the potential in what already exists. And secondly, where can I get some of those IKEA sandals? Because I have a vacation coming up in a couple of weeks, and I actually quite like them.
Well-deserved vacation, too. I am super duper excited for our last speaker this morning. Jeff Staple is the visionary behind creative agency Reed Art Department, and Staple, the pioneering NYC streetwear brand with the infamous pigeon logo. Jeff is going to talk to us and take us through his unlikely and incredible creative journey. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Jeff Staple.
These books are so heavy. Print sucks. No wonder why Figma is killing it. Thanks, everyone. My name is Jeff Staple. So I decided to bring like 10 copies of my first ever book. I'm so proud of this book. I wanted to bring a few copies to give out to you guys, and I thought 10 would be enough, but I think I grossly underestimated that number. As I was coming up, I was telling the organizers, I'm just going to bring these up, and then whoever wants a copy can just come up and get one after my talk is done. And they're like, don't do that. That is a safety issue. These guys that come to Config are like crazy, so do not do that. So I will be bringing these to the makerspace area right outside, so y'all can be crazy out there with me, and it won't be a safety concern. But yeah, I'm really proud of this book. It covers a quarter century of my work in 300 pages, and now I'm asking myself why I made a 300-page book that I have to carry around. But yeah, I'm really proud of it. Shout out to Rizzoli, who's this incredible publisher from Italy and New York, who helped me make it a dream come true. As I was coming to this talk, I was thinking about product designers, right? I noticed, I did a little bit of inspection, and I saw a lot of you guys are product developers, product designers, and I'm a product designer. But the products that we make are a little bit different, right? You guys make it mainly in the web, digital space. I make it in the physical space with fashion, footwear, retail stores, podcasts. And I was thinking about this more, and I realized, you know what the biggest baseline foundational difference is between products that you guys make and the products that I make? It's 2 words: Command Z. I don't get undos. You guys get undos. It's incredible. In fact, you guys get infinite undos. And like, if you put out a piece of software that you don't like, you could just update to 2.1 or do a push notification to update, and it's awesome. If I put out a fall collection and it's no good, you got to wait till next year for the new collection. I would love if you guys help me develop some technology where like I put out a bad collection and then someone just closes their closet and then opens it and then like it gets refreshed. That would be amazing if we can work on that. But shout out to Config as well for having me out here. It's truly, truly amazing that I get to meet all of these people that are my co-speakers, all of you guys out here. It's really incredible. Truth be told, I have no idea how I got onto the stage, frankly. I mean, like between you and I, thank God they didn't do a background check on me. I'm a hot mess. Like, okay, so first of all, I'm a double college dropout. Like, it's one thing to drop out of one school. Like, sure, life changes, you decide to do something else in your career. But dropping out of 2 schools is like so stupid. Like, I paid for 4 years of a college tuition and got nothing to show for it. Like, what is my problem? Okay, so double dropout. I'm a son of immigrant Chinese parents. They came from China and Hong Kong. Now, people who come from China, you might think like, oh, you're a billionaire that owns like a rubber industrial supply company. It's like, no, my parents came here and distributed fortune cookies and soy sauce to local Chinese restaurants in the 1970s. That is hardworking, backbreaking work. So shout out to my parents as well. Yes. Okay, here's the other thing. I've never had a job. Like, if you look at my resume, it would say education, 2-time dropout, experience, 1997, started Staple, and then nothing else after that. So really, I have no idea how I got here. And then to top it all off, where am I from? Who in the audience knows where the armpit of America is? 5 people. It's called New Jersey. I'm from New Jersey. New Jersey is the armpit of America. Okay, if the armpit had its own armpit, that's where I'm from. I'm from the armpit of America, okay? And shout out Nicole McLaughlin, who's also a fellow Jerseyite, so there's definitely something good about the Jersey water. Give it up for Nicole. So I mean, where I'm from, where I came from, it's just incredible to me that I'm honestly on the stage talking to you guys. The thing is, though, I know there's a lot of me's out there. I got lucky. I got out. I'm like on this stage talking to you guys. So now it's my mission to get the information that I've obtained, the keys, the access, the knowledge, back to that kid, that younger version of myself. So today when I'm talking to you, I don't want you to come away from this talk just knowing about the shit that I do. You could do that on Google. After our time today, what I want you to think about and walk away with is, what do you want to create for the younger version of yourself that's out there? So before we get too far into what it is that I do, the universe that I've created and built, I need to give you guys a little bit of a history lesson, just to give a little bit of context of where I came from. So follow along with me for 1 second. This line that's on the screen here, this represents all of Earth's history, okay? Just imagine that, which is 4.5 billion years, all right? Now, what I'm gonna do is take a little imaginary X-Acto knife and clip the end of this line, all right? That represents the last 200,000 years. Homo sapiens, we evolved, we stood up. Let's zoom in on that little blue dot now. So this is the last 200,000 years. I'm going to take my X-Acto knife, clip a little bit of the end of that. That little red notch is the last 2,025 years, all right, 1 AD. Let's zoom in on that red dot now, this last 2,025 years. That little X-Acto knife sliver, that yellow line, is now the 1800s. That's when things start to get very, very interesting. So we're going to zoom in on the 1800s. 1858, a man by the name of Charles Frederick Worth invents fashion. What does that mean? It does not mean we were walking around naked before that. What it means is that prior to 1858, you would go into a shop of artisans and you would say, I need a long sleeve shirt, I need a pair of pants, and they would hem it, make it, and sew it for you. Charles, he put his name on a label and then sewed it onto the clothing. And he said, instead of you walking in and telling me what you want, I'm going to make something and tell you what you should wear. A very small nuance, but that really changed the game. It turned the tables. It made it no longer a one-way conversation. It made it a two-way conversation now. So that's 1858. Fashion is invented. And this is mind-blowing to me because less than 20 years later, in 1877, Thomas Edison invents recorded music. I don't know if you know the story around this. Thomas Edison, of course, discovered electricity, invented the telephone. He thought of a great idea where he said, okay, I invented the telephone, that's awesome. What if you're not home and somebody calls you? I want that person to be able to leave you a message. So he invented this tin platter with a needle on it that inscribes into the tin platform. You come back home, the pin reverses the thing, the message that was scribed onto the tin platform, and then you hear the message. And he tells his assistant, I invented the answering machine. And the assistant's like, no, you fucking idiot, you invented recorded music. Because prior to that, you could only hear music live. That's it. Isn't that crazy to think about? Thomas Edison invents recorded music a mere 2 decades after fashion is invented. So, this is also crazy. This is why I showed you the whole sort of like contextual timeline. 80 years later, less than 100 years later, okay, oops, okay, wait, let's go back. Recorded music, less than 100 years later, skateboarding is invented. 1950, we're going to go to Venice Beach, California. All the surfers are out there trying to do their thing. They realize when there's no waves, they want to be able to practice their moves. So they take roller skate wheels and trucks, pull them off the roller skates, put them onto a wooden plank, and they realize that they can mimic the moves that they do on a surfboard onto the streets at any given time. Skateboarding is invented in 1950. A decade later, let's go to the Pacific Northwest. Punk music is born. Thanks to the revolution of the Rolling Stones and the Beatles, a bunch of kids in Portland and Seattle who didn't know how to play musical instruments, didn't know how to read music, decided to start making music in their garages. That's where garage rock was born, and that's where punk rock is born. We're now going to go across the country to the Bronx, New York, 10 years later in 1970, when hip-hop music is born. Little known fact, we can actually ascertain who invented hip-hop music. His name is Kool DJ Herc. He was playing records outside in a park at a party. He had one turntable. And what he noticed is that when the musician or the soul singer would stop singing and the beat would play, kids would come out and dance more. The dancing went up. So then he had this idea, what if I took another turntable, had a duplicate record on, when this beat ends, I'm going to repeat the beat here. When this beat ends, I'm going to repeat the beat here and keep going back and forth. That way the kids keep dancing. I'm going to break the beat, break beats. The kids will dance during the break. Break dancers, b-boys, DJs. Hip-hop music was invented on that day. Incredible moment. So when you add these things up, okay, we bring it now to modern day. Let's break this all down. You have the origins of skateboarding. Really naive, really niche, really core grassroots community. Now you have the current state of skateboarding. Stadiums, X Games, right? Massive sellouts. And then you've got what used to be an underground culture is now adopted by billion-dollar publicly traded organizations, right? Let's go to punk. The Ramones, CBGBs, really hardcore. Now you've got, again, sellout stadiums, big pop culture movements. And then you've got CBGBs is now taken over by John Varvatos, who did a collaboration with Chrysler, all rooted in punk culture. Hip-hop, we all know the story of this. Here's that classic, iconic image. Now we've got this guy representing the current state of hip-hop, and this guy calling him out on a Super Bowl stage level. Depending on which side of the beef you fall on, it's all good. So, my culture is born from all of this. We're the people who pioneered street culture. We are different. We're not the pro athletes. We're not outside spectators that are enamored by culture. We're not pop star, rock musicians that are paid to rep a brand. We are the artists. We are the designers. Just like you and I, we are the actual creatives that live and breathe this culture. Individuals that dedicate our entire lives to this culture. I guarantee you that when Nicole and Ryan go home, they don't clock out. They don't say, I'm done. They're 24/7. I'm 24/7, 365. So, this is street culture. This is where I'm from. It's the mix of fashion, music, skate, punk, and hip-hop all combined together. And this is the world that I helped build and I am living in right now. So, let's go back to this kid, though. This kid's very important. By the way, this kid's now like maybe this old now, okay? So he grew up a little bit, right? And so this kid is in the middle of New Jersey, armpit of America. And in my class, I'm going to give you some statistics here. I had 1,600 fellow students in my high school graduating class. 1,600. There were 5 Asians. 10 black people were in that entire school. So, microaggressions of racism were an everyday occurrence. It wasn't even like a terrible thing in my mind, but it was just like little jabs here and there all the time. So the only way to survive high school in the middle of New Jersey was by ducking and assimilating. So that meant, yeah, I love Madonna and Culture Club and Boy George, but secretly, I'm really listening to LL Cool J and Run DMC. Right? On the surface, yes, I love tennis too, guys. I love Agassi, and I love John McEnroe. But secretly, I'm watching the GOAT do his thing. And then even more secretly, I'm watching Michael Chang do his thing and Bruce Lee, right? And another icon that I really want to shout out in this era, there's a journalist and a newscaster that really, really changed my life. Her name is Connie Chung. I don't know if anybody knows Connie out there. Hell yeah, Connie. So the reason why Connie changed my life is because my parents, being Chinese, Asian, they wanted me to be this guy, right? They wanted Dr. Jeff to, that's what they, and if you couldn't be a doctor, fine, you could be a lawyer, but that's it. That's all you got in life, But Connie was like, Dad, look, there's someone that looks like us on television. Like, I can go into journalism, right? And he's like, fine, I accept journalism. So I go to NYU for journalism, and while I'm at NYU, I'm getting all these odd jobs, And back in this day, if a job paid me 25 cents more an hour than the previous job, I'm taking that job. I didn't care what the job was. I'm just like doing random jobs. One random job that I stumbled upon is at a company that does desktop publishing. Desktop publishing is a caveman way of saying graphic design, okay? It's design of books and magazines. And when I was there, I was a data entry clerk. They said, you're just going to take messages, pass them around, and that's it. I was like, cool. Should I use Microsoft Word or a pen and a pad? They were like, no, we're going to show you how to use this program called Quark Express. Yeah. Everyone clapping just aged themselves really, really bad. Quark Express. So I learned Quark. I learned Photoshop. I learned Illustrator. And I'm sitting here looking at all of these people working, doing design and creativity, and it's their full-time jobs, and I'm like mind blown. I'm like, these people are artists getting paid to do what they love to do. You know, I wasn't this kid that was like, Mom and Dad, I want to be an artist, I want to rebel. I was the kid that didn't know art was even a career choice at all. And here I am seeing this. So I go back to NYU, I want to take classes, and they're like, there's no design classes, there's no art program here at that time in the 90s, and so you're just going to have to stick with it. I'm like, I'm not paying all this money to take classes that I'm not even interested in. So I decide to drop out of NYU, and I transferred 14 blocks uptown to Parsons School of Design, started all over again at Parsons, okay? And at Parsons, I discovered the art of silk screening. This is the most, I love printing. I took this silk screening class and I just fell in love with it. And here I am making these posters and these prints, all this beautiful artwork, and I'm hanging it in my one-bedroom basement apartment in Bushwick, Brooklyn, that nobody would ever come to. So I'm sitting here saying, like, why am I making all this art that no one can see? And I'm like, what if I put the art on a t-shirt? And then I gave that t-shirt to 10 of my friends, and now my friends who are taking the subway, bus, train, seeing thousands of people a day in New York are now seeing my artwork. I was like, this is dope. This is a hack. So I started going into class and printing on t-shirts. Silkscreen t-shirt comes to me and says, you have to stop printing on tees. I'm like, why? What's the difference? They're like, you just can't do it. And I hate when people tell me you just can't do it. So what I decided to do was, after every class, I would leave the windows unlocked of my silkscreen lab. And then after school, I would come in and crawl in through the window, and I would start printing t-shirts all night long, all different designs. I would just start printing shirts. And there was no business here. I was just printing shirts to give out to my friends, right? One day, I'm wearing one of my shirts into a store in Soho, New York City called 555 Soul. 555 Soul is a legendary brand. They used to even have a store in San Francisco. And I walk into the store and the manager goes, hey, that's a cool shirt. Where'd you get that? And I was like, oh, I made it. And he was like, yo, if you want to make 12, we'll put them in the shop. And I was like, for real? Like, that's crazy. So then I had to go break back into school, try to make 20, in order to get 12 good shirts, I have to make like 20, because 8 of them I'll mess up on. So I had to make 12 good shirts, brought them to the store. They sold out in 1 week. He's like, let me get 24 now. I was like, fuck, I got to break back into school. Okay, break back into school, do 24 shirts, right? Another store called Union in Soho, he's like, yo, we want another shirt. We want shirts too. We want 48 shirts. We want 72 shirts. I'm breaking into school this entire time making these shirts. One night, I get a call in my landline phone in my apartment. This is 1996. And it's this guy from Japan. And he's like, I bought your shirt in New York. I want to order. I was like, oh my God, this guy from Japan wants to order this shirt. Okay, yeah, sure, I'll send it to you. How many do you want? I want 1,000 shirts. And I'm just like, how am I going to break into school with 1,000 shirts? This is not possible. So that's where I just basically saw an opportunity, and I was like, listen, I can be like, stop with this hobby and just focus on school, or I can say, F school and let's go. Let's do this. So I always did want to go back to school, to be honest, but on that day, I became a double dropout. So, okay, so the clothes are going, people are rocking Staple, it's getting more and more popular, and people are like, yo, I want you to design some stuff for me. I want you to design my mixtape, my album cover, my magazine. So these guys were making this magazine called The Fader, which would soon become one of the most important publications of culture. And they said, would you be our art director? Would you design every single page of the Fader magazine? And because you have a journalism background, let's also have you write some articles, right? So I was like, yeah, bet, I'll do that. Awesome gig. So I'm designing the whole magazine, redefining what print publications means to me. And then I have this idea, because what was happening in the mid-90s was there was this phenomenon where people from Japan and London would buy sneakers and bring them to New York and then sell them at a little bit of an increased price, because what you got in London and what you got in Japan wasn't available in New York. They would then come to New York, sell those shoes, buy shoes that were only available in New York, go back to London and Japan, and sell them for a little bit of an upcharge. Today we call this reselling. Back then there was no word for this. And I proposed to the publisher of the Fader, I said, I want to do an article about this phenomenon. I want to interview Nike and find out why this is happening, why they're not doing anything about it. So he sends me to Nike Japan. First time I'm ever in Japan, I bring copies of the Fader and I just go into sneaker stores and I'm like, this is the magazine I'm from. Where do you get your sneakers from? And then I would just work my way up the ladder like an investigator, finally getting to the top guy at Nike who decides what is a limited edition Japanese shoe, what is a limited edition London shoe. So we do the interview. It's the first time that this whole phenomenon is documented. And after the interview, he says to me, hey, you know what? You are a sneakerhead. You love sneakers. You're a designer. You have your own little clothing brand. You make this magazine. You're a writer. We should get you to Beaverton, Oregon, ASAP. And I'm like, yeah, we should. So I end up going to Beaverton, Oregon, really close after that, and we start working together with Nike. Nike comes to me one day and says, we want you to dedicate a shoe to New York City. We want you to design a shoe that is inspired by New York. And we want you to use the Dunk, which is like one of the most important shoes that Nike makes. And we want you to make it dedicated to New York. So think about an idea and come back to us. And I started thinking about the idea. And I'm like, you know what really personifies New York to a New Yorker? A pigeon. If you know, you know. A pigeon is just like this incredible spirit animal for a New Yorker. So I started sketching this idea, right? And I presented back to them. I'm like, what if the shoe looked like a pigeon? It had gray uppers, had a pink bottom. We have a pigeon on the side. And they were like, we don't think you heard us. We said a New York shoe. We don't understand what you mean by this. And I'm like, no, pigeons, I'm trying to explain. And they're like, we don't get it. And I finally told them, you guys out here in Oregon, if you got it, I failed. The point is that you're not supposed to get it. And they were like, all right, we believe you, so let's go, let's try this. We're going to do the pigeon dunk, right? So we took it from this stage to finally making the thing, and I think it's amazing. And then it comes time to release the shoe. So I had a store back then in the Lower East Side, and we're like, okay, let's drop the shoe. And I never would have expected what was about to happen next.
Going on in the city right now, a special sneaker made just for New York is in such high demand, people are fighting to own a pair of these things. CBS 2's Michael Pomerantz shows us how Nike's Pigeon Dunk had feathers flying.
This home video shows the scene outside the Reed Space Store on the Lower East Side yesterday when nearly 100 self-proclaimed sneakerheads got into a shoving match as they waited for the doors to open and the chance to buy one of only 20 pairs of pigeons. Limited edition, of course.
Kids were piled up against the fence like it was a soccer game. And I was just like, I can't believe this. I was actually fearful at times for, the safety of the people here, the staff, myself. I was just, it was scary at sometimes.
No one was hurt, and these pictures taken by store workers show their perspective and the crowds when the cops showed up.
They could have at any time shut this whole thing down, and I wouldn't have blamed them at all.
Nike only made 150 pairs of pigeons, all to be sold in New York City. 20 sold here at $300 a pair by the graphic artist who Nike asked to design a shoe specifically for New Yorkers, using a recognizable theme.
We chose the pigeon out of all things just because the bird just doesn't give a crap. They'll walk all over you, they'll walk right next to you, they don't fly away, they're not scared, and I think that really personifies New York.
Jeff Ng and his design team have done several shoe projects with Nike over the past few years, even a couple of shoes with New York themes, but none has been more popular than the Nike Pigeon.
I came 4 hours before, but No chance.
Nike's Pigeon Dunk shoes are made to look just like the bird's signature embroidered heel with gray uppers and reddish soles. They're so hot, they're already on eBay for $200 to $1,000 a pair.
It's just specifically that it's a shoe that represents New York City to the fullest.
Everyone's got their passion and their vice, so for this small subculture, it's sneakers.
The flap was front page news today, and although they're all sold out of the Pigeon sneaker, there is a consolation buy, the Pigeon t-shirt, only $24. It may not carry the same street cred, but there are plenty of them, and at least they haven't flown the coop yet. Michael Pomerantz, CBS 2 News.
Super amazing, yeah. Historic moment. I mean, it was on... Sneaker culture was so niche back then, it was on this day. People called this the BC AD moment of sneaker culture. This is when sneaker culture got put on the map. Next day, front page of the New York Post. First time a sneaker was ever on the front page of a New York City newspaper. And then, so you remember the guy said they're going on eBay for $1,000? Well, just recently, Sotheby's auctioned off a pair for $25,000. Now, I met the guy who bought this, right? And you might think he's an idiot. You just paid $25,000 for a pair of sneakers. But right now, that shoe's going for $112,000. So he made a damn good investment. The moral of the story here is that somebody could call you crazy yesterday, and today you're a genius. Nobody wanted the pigeon dunk yesterday. My team was like, dude, nobody likes pigeons. Everyone freaking hates pigeons. Why would you do a shoe dedicated to something that everyone hates? And I was like, no, there's something here, there's something here. And then the day after, it's like, Jeff, you were a genius for doing that. It's like, yeah, yesterday you were making fun of me, so I don't even know. So the other concept I wanted to get across to you is this idea that we are flag bearers. Flag bearers, okay? This is a community. You guys are in a community. That Figma store that you guys have downstairs, that lineup looks like a Supreme lineup, man. I've never seen something like this. So even community members have this notion of an if you know type thing, right? And some of you guys know already what I'm talking about. Right? Look, here's a Nike Air Force One of Nike's most popular shoes ever, right? This one has a little red box under it. There's a difference between the two. I want to see from the crowd, raise your hand if you know the difference between this one and what that means. Do you know what that red box means? Okay, there's about 10% of the room here knows the difference between the two. You guys who have your hands up, you guys are in the if you know community. You get it. You get what the difference is. I'll show you another example. Here's a plain white Hanes Beefy tee. Here's that same little red box logo on the bottom. What is that? Why is this red box different, right? I'll give you another example. Here's a pair of perfectly good headphones. These headphones have a B on the side and a little pigeon above it. Why is there a difference? What's the difference between these two things? Here's a regular old camouflage bag. This camouflage bag has a white label on the corner of it. Now, I want to do this test again. Raise of hands if you know this white label on this bag and what that means. Okay, this is 50% of the room understands this now. The other 50 is what's wrong with the first camo bag? I don't understand the difference, right? But there's a white patch on a camel bag with pigeon poop under it. This is an even more special one, right? So we're doing this thing where we're talking to a particular subset, a community, and we're galvanizing them with these flags that they can rock. That's what we're doing. That's the importance of a community of flag bearers, and Figma definitely knows all about this because you guys are crazy with config for sure. So this idea of flag bearers is really key to me because at the end of the day, right? Listen, you guys are making digital products. You guys are making apps. I'm making shoes, clothing, podcasts. At the end of the day, all of it doesn't matter at all. What I realize is that the medium is the message. Shout out Marshall McLuhan. But these are just the delivery mechanisms that we're making. Going back to what I said in the beginning about giving the keys and the access to that kid, my delivery mechanism is a sneaker. Yours might be a piece of software or an app. But if you guys are just out here making apps for the hell of it and just phoning it in, no, rethink it, man. You guys have the ability to send a message through the products that you're developing, designing, and making. This is a picture I took of a kid that walked into my store. He touched this shirt, and I got this incredible image because I saw the lightning bolts fire off in his head of what is this world that I just discovered? Now, when he had a single path in life, because of the products that we developed, we've now given him multiple pathways that he can explore. It's a really powerful thing if you think about your jobs in that way. And I want to leave you guys with this message that I heard from one of an artist friend of mine. His name is Shirt. I used to have a podcast on Hypebeast called The Business of Hype. And I want to leave you with some words that he said.
Even a kid that's broke, that's in their bedroom, that they feel they have no way, where are they going to get the inspiration from? You talk about the biggest inspiration is traveling, but that's like a blessed thing. Yeah. No one can travel. Pretty much no, like 1%, 0.5% of the world can travel. Like, so it's like the next best thing is like if you can travel, somehow get the information back to the kid that was basically me. Yeah. Like that kid in the bedroom with not enough money for a Metro card, let alone a museum fee and the thing is, I don't like when people are like, oh, it's only a few dollars, or like the Guggenheim, it's free on Fridays. It's like, if you're broke, for people that have been broke, they know what I'm talking about. Like, you don't want to go nowhere. You feel like shit. You don't want to go places. So like, even if it's free Guggenheim Fridays, like you're not going.
Everyone, let's build something for the kid we once were. Thank you very much. Thank you. I got to take these looks back.
Wow, what an incredible career journey. I mean, it's pretty incredible to see the impact that one person has had on streetwear culture. And those keynotes were just such an energizing way to start day 2 of Config. And it's not over yet. We've got a bunch of amazing sessions ahead of us today.
Yes, you can all check out Figma's deep dives on some of our new exciting features like Grid and Buzz, among others. We also have some incredible speakers lined up from companies like GitHub, Coda, Lottie Files, Raycast, and more. Thank you all so much for joining us. We hope you've had a blast during yesterday and that you have a wonderful last day of Config 2025.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks for Please welcome your hosts to the stage.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Config for our day 2. I'm Taryn, a manager on our brand studio team. We worked on all of this event identity and activations that you're experiencing here, motion and sound, product marketing. We also built a really sweet little page and sites to announce everything that's launching. That launched this week. Over to you.
Yeah, and I'm Chris Felix on the product marketing team. My team worked on both Figma Draw. Anybody excited for Draw? Yeah? All right, okay. And also worked on Figma Buzz. Excited for big Figma Buzz? Marketers, yeah? Awesome. Before we start, just a few housekeeping items. 1, please silence your phone. 2, be friendly to your neighbor. Say hi to them. And 3, also be kind to our speakers. It's not so easy getting up on this very, very big stage.
All right, let's get into our first main stage breakout talk of day 2. Here to share a deep dive into our new product, Figma Sites. Please give it up for Anthony DiSpezio and Adam Lehman.
Wow, good crowd. Yeah, this room is big. Yeah. Hello, everybody. I hope you guys are excited to get into Figma Sites.
Oof. I'll leave you with that one.
Okay. Now I know where we're at. All right. Hi, my name's Adam. I lead product for Sites. With me is Anthony from our advocacy team, and we're super excited to share Sites with you. I'm going to give you a little bit of background before we sort of jump into the demos about sort of how we got here. I'm going to go really way back. You'll probably see this tagline, publish your designs on the web. Seems so very simple, right? It's so simple that people have been actually promising that since, the dawn of the internet. The first tool that I used was in 1996, and it promised this exact same thing. You have this canvas, I could design whatever I want, I could hit publish, and it would go out. Needless to say, back then, even though the web was a much more simpler place, the tools kind of fell pretty short. Over a lot of years, many other tools have come along and made this exact same promise and probably not really gotten there. I came a little bit jaded about the whole idea. Like, is it even possible to have like an expressive, creative canvas and then just magically have that get out to the web? Well, if there was anybody who was going to be able to do it, it's going to be the Figma engineers. And there's a sort of like, hold my milkshake moment. We're going to try to figure this out. So what started as an idea to just add a publish button to Figma Design quickly evolved. Nothing's really ever as easy as just like add the magic button. To produce like the right output for the web, we realized we're going to need to start to bring tools in that allow designers to think thoughtfully and intentionally start to design for how this stuff should look on the web. We can't just take a flat image and make it work. So we started adding new tools, we started to add some features, we introduced some new concepts, and very quickly what we thought was just going to be a small feature turned into its own tool. Now, where Figma Design really lets you create for literally any surface, and we really try not to put any sort of barriers to your creative process there, Sites puts a lot of guardrails because it wants you to focus for designing for the web. And this allowed us to take some new approaches to how we sort of could build this tool. Namely, you're going to find that Sites is able to work with code, it can interact with data, and it's going to be responsive by default. Now, Sites still shares a lot of DNA with design. So if you're an expert with Figma Design, you're going to feel right at home inside of Sites. In fact, you can pretty much bring everything you've designed up until this point directly into Sites and start to quote-unquote webify it and get it ready for publishing. Now, let me talk a little bit about some of the new tools that we've developed to sort of enhance this sort of flow. The first thing you're probably going to notice, if you guys haven't already jumped into Sites, what are you waiting for, is that we've got a little bit of a different interface. We've really tried to optimize around the types of workflows that you're going to be doing inside of this tool. We have this sort of new left rail, and it sort of establishes these stateful workspaces. One's going to be the canvas. One's going to be sort of this insert panels we're going to talk about a little bit later. But you'll also see some things that are coming soon, like the ability to work with data in CMS, the ability to write and author code, all coming soon, and you can sort of access this from the left-hand side. Now, the canvas, still again, a lot of the same similarities as the canvas you'll see in Figma Design. This one, though, is organized by web pages. And inside of those web pages, we have breakpoints, and you can kind of put it all together. We refer to it as sort of your responsive set. So you can kind of see what your design is going to look like across the different screens that you're designing for. I mentioned earlier we've got this insert button that I'm going to kind of dig a little bit deeper into that gives you access to all of your design systems, your libraries, as well as something that's new and unique to sites called blocks, which are sort of these structural pieces that you can sort of bring into your website to kind of wireframe out very quickly. We also have presets and interactions. So you don't have to fully rely on writing code to make all of your sites interactive. You can actually select from a whole bunch of presets that we've been authoring, and maybe in the future, maybe you can author, to actually add some interactivity to the elements on the page. And of course, there's that somewhat magical Publish button that actually will build out your website, keep that fidelity one-to-one for what you've designed from a visual perspective to an interactive perspective, bring it out to the web, and Figma will even host it for you. Okay, I think that's enough slides, right? Okay, let's get into a little bit of a demo. All right, so I'm product manager, not super great designer, but I'm pretty good. I can make some pretty things. I'm going to design out a site for sort of a fictitious restaurant that Anthony and I are going to be working on. So I'm just going to start by creating a brand new sites file. Now, the first thing you'll see is that we've partnered with Play, the agency, to build close to 50 different templates that you can basically just start with right out of the gate. Some of these templates are good for things like porting over your Read CV, but getting into other things like events, landing pages, other business sort of sites. These are really, really gorgeous. I highly recommend kind of taking a browse through here. I've found a lot of inspiration in grabbing some of these and then really tweaking the design so it kind of looked a little bit more like mine. But for today, we're going to start with a blank site. So the first thing you'll notice is that right off the bat, you're already given a layout set for your home page that has a desktop and a mobile breakpoint. For today, we're going to be sort of designing for the tablet as well. So I'm going to go ahead and add the tablet. But you'll notice I can create as many breakpoints as I need. So we can have lots of them across here from a custom, but we'll go with the 3 standard ones to start. And now, to get going on here, I'm also going to start to leverage some of those ideas around blocks. Now, one of the things about blocks is these are sort of a collection of layers that are implementing a lot of the similar or familiar patterns that you're going to see on the web. So I've got like navigation blocks, I've got some hero blocks, some features and embeds, and I'll come back to some of this later. But we've also taken a bunch of those blocks and just built out entire pages. So if you really want to get a quick start, I could sort of like go ahead and add an About Me page. And you'll see that you're basically going to get a page ready to roll, start to play around, start with the design, start to edit some of the content. But for today, we'll just stick with the one page, and we'll start to add a couple of these components out here. So first thing I'll do is I'll go ahead and I'll add a navigation to the header. You'll notice when I add it to the one page, it starts going across. You can determine which is your primary breakpoint. By default, it's going to be the desktop, but whatever basically I add to the desktop and edit on the desktop, those changes are going to be reflected across the other breakpoints. So I've gone ahead and added the navigation. I think I'll go ahead and add a little hero with a call to action here. And then this is a nice feature that's got like a pretty large photo, which would be good for highlighting my restaurant. And of course, I need to help people find the restaurant, so we'll put in a map as well. And then I'll come back around and add a little bit of a footer. So at a high level, I basically have like structured out a page. And this is typically how I like to design, thinking about the content structure first and then coming in and designing. I know it's not for everybody, but that's how I approach it. Now, the first thing I'll show you here is that I can actually start to preview this. And I do hit this button a lot. once you go into preview, you're starting to see live in HTML, in JavaScript, what this site is going to look like. And I can start to play around with the sizing controls to see how it's going to be responsive as well. You'll notice there's even some animations going on here with around the typewriter effect that was already part of that block that I was working on. But really quickly, I can get a feel of like how this site's going to sort of perform and look across all these different screens. So I'll get in here and start editing some of this. The first thing I'll do is I'll go ahead and start changing some of this text. So we're going to make a diner called Dex. So it's eat at Dex's Diner. And let's see.
Oh man, talking about food before lunch.
Value across galaxy. And typing. That's a thing. I'll go ahead and change some of these images pretty quickly. And you'll notice a lot of these tools, especially on the panels, are going to look very, very similar to what you're used to in Figma Design. I'll go ahead and grab, I think, this nice photo of the milkshakes. Looking good as well. But let me get in and dig in here a bit more. Ow, weird natural scroll. Hello. OK, so one of the things you'll notice is that now that I've selected this button, over on the other breakpoint, you'll see there's sort of like a little ghost outline that's also selected it as well. That's because we're using multi-edit. So that means, again, any changes I make to the primary is going to actually happen over there. So if I go ahead and change this to sort of order online, and I go ahead and make this one to make a reservation, you can see this content's being updated across all three breakpoints and keeping it consistent. But like in this example, it doesn't look super great in the tablet. Probably want to adjust this a bit more. So we give you the ability to do overrides. So here I'm just editing on the tablet mode. I can kind of change a little bit of what this looks like so I can have a specific design at this breakpoint. Where did my width go? What am I missing? Oh, there he is. I'll just make these all the same. Again, really test this out pretty quickly. Everything's looking good there. Tablet's got that tablet design, and we're looking good back at the desktop. Again, really quick and easy to just start editing this content and starting to make a better designed website. Grab some of this. Nice. I think we're going to have this restaurant is opening a new location. Is closer than you think. Now, I mentioned a bit earlier that we also have a type of block called an embed. Embed basically lets you bring in any sort of URL or embed code, drop it directly into your site as well. So it's a great way to sort of extend a lot of the functionality without having to think about all the code behind it. We've taken that concept of embed and we've built a couple very specific to like YouTube and Google Maps as examples of what we think we can start to build in the future. This block actually uses one of those embeds. So if I come in here and just select this, you'll actually see that not only is it showing me the HTML that embed code is, but we've also done a little bit of fanciness that I can type in something like Moscone South in San Francisco, give it the location that I want. Let me make the zoom a little closer here. And I should be good to go. So now when I get down to there, I actually get this actually running exactly the way that I wanted it. Thank you. All right. I think that was the engineer who worked on it, but all right, let's go with this. All right, and then last but not least, I'll do a quick little content update, although this is the one I stumble with the most, just to drop that address in. But, I mean, at a pretty high level, I think this is a pretty good-looking design. I think I'm ready to publish, right?
Yeah, I think you're getting close.
Oh, you wanna do some design work on it, don't you?
Let's do a little bit more design. I think we can.
Okay. It's all yours. Everybody, welcome Anthony to the stage, who's going to try to make this look cooler, I guess.
How are y'all doing? Love it. My name's Anthony DiSpezio. I work on the advocacy team at Figma. This is my 6th config. It's so amazing to see you all here. Hope you're enjoying the talks and getting to meet people you haven't met. Go find someone you don't know and say hi. Let's get into more of sites and some design work. So Adam has built a wonderfully stable, well-designed website in that sense, but let's push this a little bit more from the design perspective. So we're actually going to start with one that has a little bit more design to it at this point. Now, to just show you, I'm not doing a now go draw the owl kind of thing. These are roughly the same components we had before. For those who are designers, this should probably feel familiar as to how we got here, in the sense that we still have our hero with our image on the right and our text on the left with our buttons that we have. We still have our main big image down here. We still have our map component and things like that, just a little bit zhuzhed up here. So.
Okay, it does look a little better.
So let's go ahead and use this for the rest of our session. May I get that? There we go. Thank you. Awesome. So first thing we're going to do is talk a little bit about some of the auto layout things that are going on here and new functionality that you can learn from. I'm going to see if we can just give you all a little bit better view here. Hopefully that'll help a little bit. Awesome. Very cool. We saw how fast we can go from a blank page, but one of the big pieces of those blocks that's really helping is with responsiveness, right? We were able to make that very responsive very quickly. We want to do the same things with our own designs. If we had started from our own designs, ideally we're using things like auto layout. Raise your hand. Who here uses auto layout? Who here is sometimes incredibly overwhelmed by auto layout? Myself included. It happens. It is very complex. I'm very excited about some of the new grid features too. But you're going to want to know some of the basics, and you're going to want to make sure that you're using auto layout when you're building in sites. Everything is going to rely on auto layout for that responsiveness, right? So I'm just going to actually grab a copy of this component to sort of show you, these layers to show you what I mean. So you can see here, right? This is just a standard frame. It's got auto layout horizontal for the whole frame. There's a secondary auto layout for the content on the left side. There's even an auto layout inside the button so that the button expands with our text, right? Auto layout all the way down. This is going to be valuable because this will give you that inherent responsiveness. If you're already building your designs in Figma with this, you can copy that from Figma, put it right into Sites, and the auto layouts are going to respond as you would hope that they would. In fact, all of this actually came from a design file. So I actually have another design file over here that I was working from, and then drop that into Sites. Cool. So let's move on a little bit here. This is great for, you may have noticed when Adam was actually bringing in those blocks earlier that there was some nice responsiveness that was happening automatically. That's something that's part of blocks. So when you bring in your own designs, there's chances are you're going to have to style those yourself as well, right? So if we go back to our page here, I'm actually going to make a new page entirely just to make this example really clear. So I'm going to go ahead and make 3 columns here. And let's say we're taking part of our design from our design file. I've got this great little lunch, snacks, drinks section that I want to put into my page. And I'm going to come back to our sites file. And I'm going to drop this into our primary view. That didn't seem to do what the other ones were doing. This is because the layers from the design file do not already have that understanding of responsiveness built into them in this view. You might have done it in separate frames, and that's fine. But if you want this to work in Figma Sites, you've got a couple of options here. The first is if you're just working with layers and you just want to do this yourself, you can go ahead and just adjust these on a per frame basis, right? So what we'll do here is we're going to go ahead and actually set these correctly. Let me make sure we've got our auto layouts on. Great, looking good. We can set this to fill container. We can set this to fill container. Better fix that thing. So we can go ahead and select our text. Come on down. Please, you can come and yell at me yesterday that I'm not using a design system for this right now, but the other piece that I want to show here is that's one way to do it manually. However, there is a really cool new feature that we have for components called responsive sets, or responsive components, that we're going to show in just a second as we get through this. Before we come back to that, I just want to show that while we do have auto layout, and we do have the auto layout you're familiar with, we also introduced grid. So with grid, we can now add grid into sites as well. So I'm going to go ahead and just quickly create a frame over here. Let's do that. And set this to 1280 just so that it's our same width that we were working with before. And I'm going to add a grid. Now we start with a 2-column. Let's go ahead and just bump this up to, say, 5 by 4. Great, looks good. I had some images in my design file, so I'm going to go grab those. We'll come back over here. Yeah, a couple images that I really like. Let's grab those. put those into our sites file, and I'm going to place these into our grid. So I'm going to grab my first image, put this in the top left. Let's resize this one down a little bit. Looks good. Maybe we'll put this over here on the right. Love it. Looking great. Very quick. Designing always goes this fast. Always. Cool. We have a nice little bento grid that we want to add. We can go ahead and drag this into our page. Again, you're going to notice that you're going to get that responsiveness happening here. 1 second. Thank you. Advocacy rule, always be hydrating. Okay, so we have our grid here. Again, this is our primary layout. Changes we make in this layout will affect the other ones, but we can adjust the other layouts independently. We can go in, maybe we think this is too many images for our tablet view. Let's go ahead and take a couple out. Maybe we just want to have one larger image here, or maybe we want this one to maybe be 2 smaller images that we had earlier. And likewise, on mobile, and again, be sure to set these to fill, but just to give you a concept of what's going on here. Maybe on mobile, we literally just want 2 images to show up there. Oop, just grab 2. There we go. And you can stretch those out. And multi-edit's going to continue to work with these. You can move the images to different cells. It'll still understand where it is at any part of that page, so you'll be able to grab it here. It's kind of hard to see on the screen, but it's actually got a blue outline around the same image in the mobile view because it's telling you that multi-edit is applied. So, really useful ways to use grid. Remember, Sites is in beta. Parts of grid are still in beta, so it's great for these types of sections and areas. Your mileage may vary if you start to try and build wilder and bigger things. As we all know, same thing can happen with auto layout. It can get a lot to manage and a lot to handle, so just try things out, see what works, test your designs, make sure things are laying out correctly. Okay. Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah. Give it up for the teams. I'm standing on the shoulders of all of the teams that built all this incredible stuff. So yeah, round of applause for them. Cool. Okay. I mentioned earlier that you can have layers for things like this, but we also want to have. We're not always working with layers. We want to work with components. We use components all the time for all different types of things. Not only do we use components, but we also use styles, and we use variables, and we use all this type of really important things that make it easy to connect to your design system and scale. You still have access to your design systems in Figma sites. So we showed the blocks a bit earlier. You can go to the libraries. If you saw the keynote, you might have seen a little bit of this, but you can actually have your libraries that are connected here, and you can grab your components that you need. Your styles will show up in the style picker if you need access to them. You can see over here, we've actually got some of those already loading in. Variables as well, if you want to bring in variables this way, that'll also work. Yeah, it's pretty freaking cool. This is sort of what Adam was getting at, of like same DNA. As much of the product that we can share across the two, we absolutely want to. There's obviously some clear areas where that's not possible, but just good to know. So we have components. Not only can we have components as we know them today, you can have interactive components, you can have components with variants that are maybe changing because of their state, or changing because of an animation, and you want to smart animate between those 2 different variants. The new one that you have now is the ability to have variants that actually define which variant is being used across which responsive breakpoint in your layouts, right? I'm going to show you an example of this very quickly. In fact, we can just go ahead and do it with these layers that we have here. Let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to drag this out like that. So we have a set of layers. You can consider these to be kind of like the layers that we would use for each of those different sizes. We've got them all ready to go. I'm just going to go ahead and turn this right into a component set. So I'm going to go to the shortcut to immediately create component set. There we go. We've got a new property, which we're going to call layout. Let's call it layout. Why not? If I can spell. There we go. Cool. Now I'm going to name these desktop, tablet, and mobile. Great. Some of you have probably built components in this way for exactly this purpose. Some of you may have built them in different ways or have been using modes for these types of purposes if you're using variables. There are ways to make all this work. We will have so much content after config to help you get started in learning all of this kind of stuff. For now, we're going to keep it simple like this. What's important was when I put in those words desktop, tablet, mobile, what that is that's matching to the names of the breakpoints that I currently have, so that when I go to drag something from a component, whether from my library or from the canvas, and I put that into our design, it's automatically going to switch those to the right variant to use at that time. Really cool. Really, really cool. I don't know how many of you have also been there just like, oh, okay, I gotta switch the variant, gotta switch the variant, gotta switch the variant, right? Just happens for you now. It's great. If you try to use these things in concert, all these different use cases for variants, much like just within Figma design, nesting interactive components inside of other interactive components inside of other interactive components can lead to some troubles. So please just test things. Be careful with it. Try not to go interactive components all the way down if you can, but try it out. Why not? Maybe you can do some fun stuff with it too. But just on a practical sense, how and where these things will interact with other types of interactive components, we'll put out some material for you all so you can learn best practices more in the future too as well. Great. Okay. A couple other things I want to talk about that are different in Figma Sites from what you might be familiar with in Figma Design. Let's just go back to our page here too so that we've got it. Most of the other properties in the Properties panel, you're going to find a lot of similarities to how they work. You might see some slight differences in things like how using constraints work. You'll have some new properties, such as the ability to bind to left and right and top and bottom in a slightly different way, but for the most part, things are going to work as expected. Probably one of the two newer things I want to talk about. First is Layout Guide. This used to be Layout Grid. It's now Layout Guide. From the Grids deep dive, they will tell you more about that, but basically it's just a renaming of this feature because we now actually have Grid. And lastly, we do have an accessibility section. I want to call out just that. I do want to call out the site's being in beta right now. We understand the importance of this. We understand we have a lot of work to do here. This is an area that we do want to spend more time on, and stay tuned. There's going to be a lot of new features coming in these spaces as well. For today, we do have tags, we have alt text, but again, that's an area that we want to work on throughout the beta period for sites as well. Cool. Let's talk about interactions. We saw some interactions in the keynote demo, right? We saw some of those things we can do. Let's look at a couple of more right now. So probably the most basic interaction that we actually didn't touch on was a link. We want to be able to link to other pages that we have. And the way we do that is a lot like in Figma Design. First of all, adding additional pages, you can hit the W key. You can also just duplicate pages very easily as well. If you just option drag, right, you'll get additional pages that way. The page names are the subpages. So whatever you name your pages will be the names of the subpages on those from the URL of the home page. To create links, you have a link option. Let's go ahead and grab something like this Make Reservation button. Or actually, let's grab this About Us button. We'll link to the About page. You can see because of multi-edit, it grabbed the other three as well. You can add links directly from the Properties panel, which is kind of a really quick way to do this, but you can also do it from the Interactions panel as well. So you can just go ahead. You can create a link either by clicking Create Link and then selecting an existing page, or you can type in a URL if you're going to an external site. And you can also do the classic sort of Figma drag out connector lines, or noodles, as we call them, right? So you can hit Shift-E to go into interactions, and then basically just drag them out like that, and you'll get your connections to other pages. So just, again, a lot of similar, familiarity from things you might have seen in Figma Design, but just good to know that these things exist and they're here. For some more complex interactivity, we can add some of the new interaction presets that we have. So I can go in here, let's say we want a nice parallax effect on this. We've got a ton of different interactions that you can pick from. Hover effects, press effects, marquees, things that are dependent on when stuff is in view versus not in view, things that happen as you scroll, really powerful. You might have noticed conditional and set variable. We're not going to cover that too much today, but there's some cool stuff coming here as well. Basically, you can use some of your variables that you have. We'll have more content in depth on how to use this in the future too as well. For today, I'm just going to select scroll parallax, keep it at a good speed. Looks great. Oh, we lost our component. Let's put that back in. Whoop. Good to know where the keys are. There we go. Awesome. Maybe we want to have these things kind of slide into view, let's say, right? So we could maybe just do something like let's have them reveal on scroll when they come into view. Let's have them slide in from the left. Let's not have them replay, because it might get annoying if somebody's scrolling, right? So there we go. You've got all custom animation timings and settings that you can put in here too as well. You can componentize these types of things as well, so that they're always within your components. Cool. And lastly, let's maybe grab our images here, and I'm just going to select under our play section here, I'm going to select Lightbox, and just give all these things a Lightbox real quick, right? So they've all got, anytime we click on them and start, no transition. Yeah, let's leave it no transition, I kind of like that. And then we'll click there, great. Let's go ahead and preview our page and see how some of our stuff is looking here, right? So we've got our full layout. We've got a nice little effect here. Fun little thing, I forgot to put fill content on that layer when it came back in. But what's great about working right in Sites is that if I want to make these changes, right, I can come out here, I can say fill container, and I can instantly preview that in HTML again right away, and then publish it. So, pretty fun stuff. We got those rolling in. Yeah, round of applause for that. I mean, that's kind of one of the key elements here, right, is just how quickly you can ideate in real time on your work. I've had the fortune of having access to this for a while, and I'll be sitting there and working on something and realizing that I can literally just pull out my phone and actually have my live website right there, hit publish, hit refresh. It's a great working experience, right? And then to be able to send that URL to someone else, being like, go check this out, go work on these types of things. Which, again, you can do with Figma prototyping, but it's a very different experience when you have that natively in the browser as well. Cool. I think it's time to publish the site. Looking better, you think?
It looks a little better.
It looks different. It looks
different.
Yeah, let's go with that.
In a better way.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and publish this site that we have now. I'm going to go ahead and I've actually already published this once, but we're going to hit publish again. Publishing can do a little bit of caching between your publishes too as well. So future publishes will not need to go ahead and republish everything, just changes and things like that. So we're going to go ahead and hit update. This was publishing fast. That was not because I had to like preload it or anything. It's mainly to get the URL in there as well. But yeah, well, okay. It's already done. We've got our new site published. We can just go to config.site. We can check it out. We can view our real code, all of our live HTML that we see here on the side. So pretty neat, I'd say. Couple of publishing settings I want to talk about with you all real quick. We've got the ability to set your site titles. You can set individual page titles as well. You can set your URLs. If we had some issues in our design, you will get linting errors, which is great. So if you have things like maybe auto layouts are not stacked correctly, or you've got some vector issues that we don't think will be renderable or something like that, you'll be able to track all those issues in the linter as well. Let's go into our actual site settings here. Again, of course, you can always unpublish if you need to. You've got your site descriptions and titles. You can set languages for browsers. You can add Google Analytics IDs as well, so you can start tracking data. Favicons, social sharing images. This one's really great, right? And these are really cool because what will happen is you can actually just select items from your canvas. If you don't have one, it'll drop one on your canvas. So then to update your favicons or your social images, you just go to edit your canvas, republish, and you'll have the updated images already in there. We do have a section for custom code. For the time being, this is mainly for things like if you have other tracking or analytics codes that you want to be using. I would say try things out as you want with this. I wouldn't necessarily use this as like a place to inject your own CSS. It's going to be hard to target those layers today, so a little bit less of like a MySpace editing area, and a little bit more of like I have some other JavaScript I just need to run or something like that in the background. But try things out for yourself. Again, custom domains. You can have custom domains here, and these are pretty quick to set up. I would say this one took us maybe about 20, 30 minutes to get this going, which was great. And lastly, again, you can have similar settings on your meta descriptions on a per page basis. So should be kind of helpful there too as well. And yeah, that's kind of the quick tour that we are giving today, just on some of the deeper aspects of site. Please look out for more content from the Figma team, from the advocacy team, from others. We will have a ton of digital content and live streams and all things like that for you to learn more in the coming weeks and months. So I'm excited to share more with you all as well. All right. Looking pretty good. Adam, I'll let you take it from here.
Okay. All right, back over to the slides. Okay, but there's actually a little bit more. So we wanted to get sites into your hands as fast as we could, hence we got it here in time for config. But that meant we couldn't really get everything we wanted in time. So coming very, very, very soon, we're also going to be able to work with code layers, right? The web is anything but static, and if you're truly going to design for the web, code is probably going to come into play. Sites is going to introduce a new layer called a code layer. Very similar to a visual layer, but everything in that layer is powered by, you guessed it, code. You can start from scratch. You can write code yourself. You can import code that you find online. You'll also be able to pass your designs into sites, and we'll actually convert it to code for you. You can even use, as you'll see in the next session, the ability to use make within sites to prompt the ideas that you want here, to build some more interactive pieces. And again, what it's going to do is actually generate code layers that then you can go and publish and edit and have a whole bunch of fun with. So all of this is coming very, very, very soon to sites. And if you want to learn more about that, stay put into this hall. The next talk and their 8 speakers are going to get pretty crazy with code layers. But wait, there's even more. As you noticed in the keynote, we talked a little bit about CMS. In the very near future, we're going to introduce a built-in CMS inside of sites. A lot of what you're probably going to want to do is start to integrate content into the sites, and a lot of sites, that's really the whole point. But designing a website is often the fun part. Having to do content updates every time marketing or somebody wants something changed, not so fun. So what we've been designing is a way that you can sort of hand off your designs, you can invite others into the file and have them just work on the content. So they can actually do like a blog entry, they can update content on your homepage, but they can't mess with anything else. So that way you can sort of get out of the loop and saying, hey, I've designed the site, come back to me if you need to make some design changes, but it's up to you to kind of run the rest of it. Now, building a CMS is as simple as just going in and creating a schema, but we've also got a little assistance from AI. Here you can see an example that we've been playing around with where I can prompt and say, hey, I'm trying to create a schema to do like a job link site. It'll actually design the schema for you, and as a bonus, it'll even populate it with some temporary data so that you can actually design with that temporary data. Pretty cool stuff. One of the things that I really like, and we've spent a lot of time on the design, is actually how to bind the data into your design. So here's an example of sort of this bind mode where you can sort of connect that back-end data directly into your design and then work with it live on Canvas. It's a really, really nice workflow. I'm super excited to get it into your hands soon. As a reminder, Sites is available today in a public beta to everybody on a Pro, Org, or Enterprise plan. We are working really hard to bring it to Starter and EDU very soon, so stay tuned if you're waiting for that piece of it. I know a lot of products go out and we say we're in public beta and it feels like, oh, you're just in like basically a final stage and you just haven't charged with, but we are truly in a public beta. We are at the beginning of a very long journey to build out a next-gen web design tool that also can publish to the web. So we're inviting you to join us on Discord, where we sort of set up a server where we can actually interact, we can talk, we can get your feedback, we can tell you what we're working on, what's around the corner, all that good stuff.
And in fact, actually, Adam, if I can interject just for 1 second, one more piece. Could I get the feedback to the demo machine real quick? Hopefully. Maybe. Great. Thank you so much. Not only can you come join us, people are already in there building sites today, right? So you can actually go in. This was created by Hyo Yi, who is our Friends of Figma lead from Seoul, South Korea, and is, you can see, has already done a whole config website for us, right? So we've got a lot of great content in here, some pretty cool animations and interactions. If you're curious, here's the actual file, right? So it's real easy to start building with this stuff today. I really recommend you all join the Discord and come and build some more sites with us for today. Cool.
Awesome.
Okay, Adam, back to you.
Yeah. So please create a sites file. We'd love to see what you guys are going to build. I'd love to see you push it to the limits. And we'll be at the new product area if you got any questions. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Nice job.
All right, thank you, Adam and Anthony. I'm personally so excited for Figma Sites. I don't know exactly what I'm going to build yet, but I'm very excited to tinker and play a little more.
Same here. The level of possibility just from going from design to sites is so easy, and we're very excited to see what you all make. All right, so the lunch vibe is happening right now. It's time to break for lunch, which is open until 2:05 p.m. today in the cafe and outside in Config Commons.
Our next breakout talk on the main stage is going to be right here. Will be our Code Insights and Figma Make overview at 12:35 p.m. PST. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll see you all in a bit. Enjoy lunch and come say hey. Thanks, everybody.
Let's go.
Please take your seats and silence your devices. Please welcome your hosts to the stage.
Hello, y'all. Welcome back. I'm Taryn, a manager on our brand studio team.
And my name's Chris. I'm on the product marketing team. Before we start today, just a few housekeeping items. First, please don't forget to silence your phones. Second, be friendly. Say hi to your neighbor. And 3, please be kind to our speakers. It's not very easy getting up on this very, very big stage.
All right, it's AI time. We've all been waiting for this moment. Here to share a deep dive on code, insights, and Figma Make, please give an enormous round of applause to an all-star Figma team with many speakers. Nico and Holly are going to be kicking us off, so please give it up.
Where's the clicker? Where's the clicker? Okay, we're starting out strong.
There's the clicker.
There's the clicker. Amazing. Hi.
Thank you, Taryn. Thank you, Chris. Thank you to our amazing hosts.
Yeah, I love that we have Figmates as hosts here. It's always been amazing seeing everyone. That's so amazing.
Now, welcome everyone. My name is Holly. You might have seen me yesterday during the keynote.
My name is Nico. We're both product managers in Figma, and I've worked on Make and Sites. Welcome from me too, and we hope you have an amazing config. Holly, you were amazing at the keynote yesterday, and yeah, right? Applause. And how did it feel being at a keynote where, like, this is what we launched? You can clap again. This is crazy.
Yeah, no, thank you. I can't believe we introduced so many things. There are so many powerful new ways to create in Figma.
But in this deep dive, there are two things we want to focus on much, much more closely. Figma Make and code layers. We'll talk about how they both relate, but how they also overlap overall much closer than you think. Let's take a look at a couple of examples.
So, Dana from our team made this amazing, beautiful to-do app.
And in the keynote, you've seen this design that got turned into a functioning calculator component within minutes, not days.
And Rohit, who you'll see on the stage momentarily, made FigJam into a chalkboard. This is pretty crazy.
So wild. And here, oh, go ahead.
This is an amazing 3D game that built by our very own designer, Tammy. It's amazing the worlds that you can create and make.
But you can also, not just the big things, you can also do the small things that make your site really stand out. Add a little bit of interactivity, a little bit of pizzazz to really kind of like take it to the next level. Or use it to prototype little UI interactions, also within seconds, not hours. All of these were done with Make and code layers. There's so much potential for getting more people to create.
And finally, we even prototyped some parts of Make in Make. This example is months ago when we were riffing on different micro interactions for our prompt box. And as you can see in this Slack message right here, I can prompt faster than I can design, and I was able to send this off to our designers.
At this round, let's take a beat and give a massive round of applause for all the Figmates who have worked on any of this, to all of our alpha testers who's helped us through so many buggy versions. So give it up to everyone who's been working on this. It really has been a journey getting here. It's been a while, but Holly, what's this? Should we talk about the elephant in the room?
AI and code. Seems like we can't go anywhere without someone talking about it.
I know, yeah. I've been in the space for a while, and this does really feel like something new.
And some haters seem to think that design is done for?
I think they're wrong. I think they're wrong because the point of when people talk about this, design is dead, is they look at design as something where, like, you have an idea, and then you do something, and you're done, right? And I don't think that for anyone in this room, when you worked on something, the first idea, it's never the best anyways. And as Dylan said yesterday, design is leading with curiosity. Design is obsessing about over all of those details. It's chasing a feeling, and ultimately it's pushing what's possible.
In other words, design is a journey, not the actual act of creating pixels. It's the way you explore ideas, it's the way you iterate on them, and it's the way that you have the taste to actually deliver craft and point of view to make your product one of a kind. Design is and will always be about taste and judgment, and AI just makes it easier for you to exercise that. So, going back to those haters, two things can be true at the same time. AI does enable you to create and express your ideas faster and more functionally than before.
But also, by itself, it's just not enough, right? The journey of design is multifaceted, and there are a ton of different needs in the journey, especially for those moments, right, where you can't even put it to words yet what you're about to create. Sometimes the moment when you can actually finally describe the problem you've been working on for a year, it makes you feel kind of dumb, because like, why didn't I get to this like simple description of my problem like a year ago, right? So you have to feel your way through the problem space as well. And ultimately what this means is that AI and code need to meet you where you are. But how do we do it?
So we need to build tools and workflows that get you from 0 to 1, but that are also one-to-one with your process. So in other words, AI can be a powerful Kickstarter, but only if it actually honors the way that you design. So let's break that down. All right, the first part is actually really straightforward. When inspiration strikes, you shouldn't have to work endlessly to get to something you can play with. And AI can be powerful. We want to harness that, so you should be able to just make it. Make it come to life, make it fully expressive. But lots of AI tools help you get from 0 to 1. And Figma can go beyond all of that to give you fundamental creative control.
And let you create from your designs with super high accuracy. We're really, really, really not here to replace the tools you love. We're here to meet you inside of them. This should feel like a natural extension of how you already work in Figma, whether that's in Make, in Sites, and in anywhere else, really. This includes making a mess, riffing, repeating until you find something that works well. All of those moments that make up this journey of design. And this doesn't just end at your own workflows. Like, again, I don't think anyone here, just by themselves in a room, that's where you feel like that's the best ideas, right? The best ideas are never the ones that you have by yourself. They are the ones that you debate and discuss. We'll hear about that later too. Riff and explore. Ideas are sharpened by working together. And Figma is multiplayer by default, so ultimately all of this just means that we need to make it belong, right? And so with keeping those high-level principles in mind, there are 3 areas that we want to talk about today. Daniel and Peter will be talking about how we built this for designers. Alex and Dara will be talking about how we've built this for coders as well. And Vincent and Rohit will be sharing about how we took AI to the next level. That sounds so buzzwordy. I think it's more like how we took AI maybe to design school, if that makes sense. So let's hand it over to Daniel and Peter to talk about designers. Big round of applause.
Nico and Holly. Hi, I'm Peter.
Hi, and I'm Daniel. We're here to talk to you both about our new 0 to 1 product, Make, and also a new feature coming soon to Sites that we're calling Code Layers. We'll talk about how they overlap, how they're different, and how we made them fit into your design flows. And on that note, I'm going to hand it over to Peter to kick us off.
Thank you, Daniel. Let's talk about Make and how it fits into your workflow. Our design process today kind of looks like this. You start with an idea, you grind out a bunch of mocks, you use a bunch of tools to build a prototype, and then like 100 AI prompts later, your prototype looks nothing like how you originally designed it. Or worse yet, you know how frustrating this is, so then you never bring that idea to life at all. We became super passionate about this problem at Figma, so we asked ourselves, what if you could take an idea not only from 0 to 1, but also make it one-to-one with your designs. Let me jump over here to show you how. All right, so I've been tasked with making a sign-up flow because what designer hasn't had to do that? Make a simple sign-up flow for my app called...
Oh, the screen's...
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the help. Let's try to figure that out. Should I do the plug-in, plug-out?
That always works. We went with a more minimal design for this sign-up flow.
Yeah, this one's good.
She is doing the plug in, plug out. Yeah, I can. Yeah. There we go. There it is. Right.
Okay, bring yours back up. There we go.
All right, and we are
Hey,
back.
let's go! We planned that.
We made it this far. Okay, everyone can see everything, hopefully. So we're gonna make a sign-up flow. I just made I typed the prompt here, make an app called Earworm. Yeah, I think you guys saw Holly make this yesterday. So breakout, email, and password into separate steps. So I'm just gonna fire it away, and then it's that easy to get started with Make. You'll see some reasoning that goes through, so it's interpreting my message and my prompt. And what I'm really looking out for, and as it matures, it's creating a plan. And over here, you can see the things that I really want are like, oh, let's separate email and password into separate steps. It's just how I like to design as a designer, so you don't have to create like another flow for like logged in users versus new users and all that. As things mature even further, you just get these status updates about what it's doing, and pretty much it's just writing a bunch of code. You can see over here, it's probably on this last step. It did the success step, and at the end, we get a confirmation just saying, okay, it's created a multi-step sign-up flow, just to confirm it finished the plan. So over here, let's try it out. Let's type in my email. Let's type in this very secure password, and it's done. Okay, so that was pretty cool, but like honestly, when I take this to design review, I have a feeling like people like Daniel are going to come wreck me because it just doesn't look good at all. So over here, I'll pop to this tab, and you'll see, okay, I've been noodling on some designs for Earworm, and over here I have an onboarding screen that I really like. So all I'm going to do is just copy it, come back over here, drop it into the text field. Logic looks sound, but can you use this design? So I want to be clear about what's happening here. What I'm actually doing isn't just pasting an image in here. I'm pasting like a Figma node with all the context of how you've designed it. So if you open up some reasoning, you'll probably see it's figured out the type, the spacing, the colors, the image. It's put it all together, and you're operating with not just a flat image, but like all the context of how you've designed it. And I think this was really important to us because as designers, we don't really think in text and prompts like that. Sometimes we just like to think on a 2D canvas and noodle around with good ideas and bad ideas, and then you just kind of want to feel it out until you see something you like, and then you just copy it over and paste it back. So over here, it's writing some code. Let's just wait for it to go. Now it's on the password step, and hopefully when this comes back, it's going to look like how we've designed it. At least cross our fingers. Write in some code, write in some code, write in some code. There we go. Okay, success step. You can kind of follow it along and just see what it's doing. So it's operating kind of like how you would code it, probably. Okay, so it's done something. It's redesigned the sign-up flow. Doesn't look like it yet, but maybe pretty soon it'll hopefully look like it. Boom. Okay, I can't believe it, but it actually looks like how we've designed it.
Awesome.
So this is pretty cool, and I want to say like one more thing. It's like it looks exactly like this, but if you see how I've designed this here, which you probably haven't seen it, I've used auto layout and made it responsive where the right panel is fixed and then the left panel stretches. And let's just see if it's done that too. Sorry, this isn't my computer. I actually can't stretch that out, but let's try it. All right. So you can see it's also got that too. So it has all the context of how you design it, and I think that's pretty cool. So next up, I just want to just keep going. So passing context to the model from your designs is really easy and effortless. You just make some copies again, and you'll just paste it back in here. And this time, I'm not going to paste the full frame because it already has that memory from the last prompt. And I'm just going to add this invite step to the end of the flow. So you can see I just pasted this small little fragment this time. And let's just check if it's going to do the right plan. Yep, you can see it. If you read it, it's like, oh, I'm going to modify the success step, and then I'm going to add this thing, this invite screen at the end of it. So while this cooks, it might take a little bit. I'm going to show you something else that you can do. So over here, we've gotten to a good step. You don't always have to go back to your design file and then pass it a prompt and then wait and work that way. If you want to do simple things like change this logo over here, all you have to do is just go up to this tool. It's called Point and Edit, and you can click on something and just make an adjustment there. So everyone's likes big logos, so you can go ahead and do that. If you wanted to get even deeper, you could actually go into the code and just write your own function or change some strings, whatever you want to do, but more on this later. So let's go back. So I got it a good step. It's writing the success step again, and then let's see what happens when it comes out. Let's go. All right, so it looks like it's done it. It's made it now a 4-step process where the invite your friends will come after the success step. So, all right, let's try to get through this flow one more time. And somehow my input is messed up, but good thing I have another thing over here. So I'm going to hop over to this one that I generated earlier, and let's see. It's got the same prompt. Let's get the password going. And after the success step, let's see. Let me invite Daniel over here. And let's see what it did. OK, so it's got the same exact, if you guys don't remember what I pasted in, it's got an add button on the right, friend's email, invite screen. It's all right there. And it's kind of filled in the blanks here where it's like, oh, I never drew this screen to manage emails or emails that I added and done all that. So pretty easy peasy. You just paste whatever you want, and you don't even think about it. So you're probably wondering what happens when you paste something more complex and try to work with something like that. And we have this design over here called Earworm Studio, where it's much more complex. It's not a linear, functional sign-up flow that you're making, but you're actually making a beat maker that will play audio, and then it has a ton of interactions where you click on things, and then it'll sync with your music. And so I'm going to throw this in to make and see what happens. And I do want to say that how you probably think about building this today is you have to cut all these assets, and you have to think about which prototyping tool you're going to throw it into. And over here, you don't need to do that. So if I jump over here, you'll see all I did was paste a Figma node again. You could just see it's just one screen. I didn't paste all 3, and I just gave it some simple instructions. So over here, let's just see how it works, if it works. So we can drop some beats here. So you can see it's added, yeah, it's, well, thank you for the lights. And then you could do some bass hits here. And then, so I can switch instruments, it's pretty cool. It's got a tempo changer. So, yeah, and hopefully this is pretty cool because I'm making something with something that I'm making, which is pretty cool. And these are just a few examples of how you'll be making something really cool in Make. Over to Daniel to talk to you guys about code layers.
Awesome. Thank you, Peter. While Figma at Make is intended to help you build your ideas from 0 to 1, we wanted this functionality to also be available within your tools. And that's where Code Layers comes in. It supports both generating code and writing code within your Sites file. The most important part of bringing this power into Sites was keeping in mind that design is an iterative process. But often with our AI tools, it's easy to fall into the trap of settling for your first idea, not your best idea. This messy process is what leads us to our best ideas, and we believe that our AI tools need to support this. But bringing code and AI capabilities into the canvas was challenging. We needed to make sure that it felt like it belonged. So how did we approach making code feel like a new material for designers to work with? Well, we had a few guiding principles. Foremost, we wanted code to be approachable. Whether you're less experienced with it or you write code every day, we wanted it to feel integrated into the canvas that you're used to working in. We wanted it to feel like it was part of your creative flow, part of like a new tool in your tool belt, and something that doesn't feel out of place on the canvas. We also wanted it to feel powerful and collaborative, which we'll get to in a second. But what does it mean for code to feel approachable? Well, there was several design decisions we made to try to accomplish this goal. Most importantly, and I really want to stress this, you do not need to know how to code in order to take advantage of code layers. In fact, when you draw a code layer onto the canvas from the tool belt, you'll actually just get this chat view. We essentially have no code visible here, just a chat window to explore ideas with. If you don't have a design, you can prompt one, and just like we saw in Peter's example, AI will start to generate it. Whereas Make is focused more so on apps, Code Layers is focused on smaller individual components that fit within your site. Knowing our audience, we thought it would be far more likely that you guys would be starting with a design. We made it easy to convert your designs into React. I'll use this new Make Code from Design button that we've added to the properties menu. And as you can see, our design is converted immediately into working React code. This is all real time, by the way. And from here, you can either start editing the code or, like again, we thought would be more popular, would be to talk with the AI to add interactions. So now that my design has been recreated in code, all we need to do is simply prompt and add the functionality I want. Maybe I could add a nice animation to reveal the name, maybe a subtle zoom on the image when I hover it. And after a minute or so, the interaction I have in mind is working on my design. A moment ago, our design was a set of static frames, and with the press of a button and a single prompt, I have an idea that's working, that's ready for production. Code layers also work great with existing code. For instance, I have some code that I found from the very excellent NumberFlow library that I paste in, and immediately I'm able to play with the code and use it right here in the preview. So part of making code layers approachable was to make sure that you can start from existing designs, start with existing code, or start with just an idea. But this is only one part of making code approachable. The other major part was making sure that you could iterate with it across the canvas. So most of the audience here is probably pretty familiar with how your design files look, where you sort of have this like Milky Way flow from the top to the bottom. You know, we think this is a pretty healthy part of the process where you're copy, pasting, and exploring ideas. And we knew this was something that was critical to bring and enable with code layers. But one issue we ran into is that design and engineers think about this differently. Who would have guessed? Whereas designers see a frame to copy-paste, engineers often see code that's structured and reusable. When you duplicate a frame in Figma, you have a new version of that frame. But historically, when you duplicate a code component, you have a new example of existing code. Thankfully, this didn't pose a problem for us at all on the team. It was super smooth sailing. We didn't have any disagreements whatsoever. Oh, wait, that's the wrong screenshot. Actually, what happened was a 400-message-long reply where the team debated how this mental model should work. The part about this that I love is that Dara actually ended the message with, "Let me know if you disagree." And yeah, we disagreed. But that's okay. He raised a great point. Should code behave like it has traditionally? Or should it, act more like what we're used to in Figma? This is something we debated and revisited several times throughout this project. So just like in Figma design today, when you copy-paste a frame, you get a new example of that frame, something that you can explore an idea with. With code layers, this behavior is actually the same. I can create a code layer, copy-paste it, and explore a new version of that idea. So in practice, this means that you can keep exploring ideas until you find the best one. Say I have a button with a specific animation, maybe there's like a scale effect on it, but I want to duplicate this and then keep exploring. So in the next one, I explore maybe like a different scale animation, or maybe I want it to have a staggered layer effect. Code Layers makes it easy to keep exploring your ideas until you find the right one, instead of settling for the first one. And sure, this button is like a fairly simple example, but this gives designers the opportunity to be a little bit closer to their craft. You'll be able to tweak timings, play with real working code, and iterate until it feels right. In fact, the entire code layer experience mirrors what you're used to in Figma today. Code layers act like frames, which can be duplicated and iterated on. And once you've settled in on an idea, you can then turn it into a component that you can reuse. And so once we felt like code was feeling approachable, we still needed to make it feel like it was part of the tool. Part of making code and sites feel integrated was making sure that code could be modified in the same ways that you edit a component. So code layers can support properties, which let you adjust them without touching the code. In fact, I can even ask AI to generate these properties for me. So as you can see in this example, I'm just editing the prop values, and it's adjusting the size, it's adjusting the letter spacing. And yeah, I can essentially edit the code without editing it directly. We're also very intentional about not taking you away from the canvas. So when editing a code layer, this window opens, and it supports essentially 3 ways of working. The default is chat, which you only see your design and a way to then chat with AI to bring your ideas to life. The next mode of working is something we call the split view. It lets you prompt and edit code at the same time. We think this is great for people who like to edit the code directly. Sometimes it's faster just to tweak a value or two instead of asking the AI to change it for you. And it's also kind of fun to play with the code, right? It kind of supports our goal of making code iterative. And then the last view is the code view, which is really designed for people who are primarily writing code every day or just want to focus on the code themselves. This hides the chat view entirely and makes code front and center. I briefly touched on code layers earlier, but they act like every other layer does on your canvas. You can rearrange them, you can rename them, you can nest them. We think all of these design decisions kind of combine to make code layers feel like they belong in your design tool. And personally, what I've been most excited about is what this feature unlocks for designers. The web is so powerful and capable of such interesting interactions, and code layers brings that to you. So for instance, maybe you've always wanted to make designs that are more dynamic. In this example, I made a cloud-like looking shader that's made from WebGL. It reacts to my mouse as I move it around. And new capabilities like this unlock so much potential for your new sites projects. Or maybe you want to just do something fun, like add physics to shapes for your users to throw around on the website. Code Layers opens the door for all sorts of new animation capabilities. In this example, I'm using the motion.dev library to apply a scale, a fade, a rotate to each card. It considers which direction it's happening from, and it really just ends up creating a much more smooth animated carousel. This is sort of what I meant by us being closer to the craft. We can play with animation in ways we couldn't before. Code Layers is also just great for adding subtle touches of fun to give your site a bit more character and make it more your site. All of this sort of coalesces to give you more exciting, more rich, more powerful interactions to make your site uniquely yours. As designers, we can now play with code as if it were a new material for us to realize our ideas with. Whether you're starting from a design, an idea, or existing code, Code Layers makes it really easy, whether you're new or experienced. And of course, true to Figma's DNA, all of what I've shown is fully collaborative, even writing code together. So let's say I'm working on a product tile and I can't quite get the alignment right. I could ask an engineer to come and join me in the file, where I can see them edit the code in real time and help me adjust the alignment until it's just right. And on that note, I'd love to invite both Dara and Alex Kern to the stage to talk more about the engineering capabilities that we've added to Code Layers. Thank you so much.
Hello, Config. I'm Alex.
And I'm Dara.
And we're two of the engineers behind Code Layers and Make. We're super excited to be showing you some of the code-first workflows that are coming to both products. Let's dig in right now with Dara's demo.
Cool. So I'm just going to dive right in.
Cool. So I'm here in a sites file, and I've been working on a landing page for a clothing brand. And I think the design is starting to look pretty good, but it still feels a little bit static. It's kind of lifeless. Like, it's made up of text and rectangles and images, but the web is capable of so much more than that, right? The modern web is full of interactivity and motion. And today, I'm going to show you how easy it is to start adding interactivity using code layers. So over on the left-hand side, I have this product tile that Daniel was showing you earlier. And this is built in Figma out of normal frames and text layers. Over on the right-hand side, I'm going to just click the Make button. And what that's going to do is convert this design into a code layer. And after just a second or two, we should see a preview of our code layer. Now, this might look pretty similar to the design, but if I switch over into that split view, you can see that this is now all rendered by real React code. So heading back to the chat view, I'm going to show you how quick it is to get started adding interactivity. So I think for this product tile, what I might do is ask for something like maybe a subtle scale and rotation animation when I hover the product image. So I've sent that request in, and the model's going to start working on it. It'll think about it for a few seconds, come up with a plan, and go ahead and implement it. And while that's working, I'm just going to duplicate the layer on the canvas. And so just like Daniel was describing, we now have a separate layer here where we could try a completely different animation. So in this case, I'm going to say, let's add a distortion effect to the letters when I hover over them. And the model will start working on that. So both of these are now happening simultaneously. Let's switch back to our original product tile and see what it did. So I now have an updated preview, and if I mouse over the bag, we see an animation. But this still feels a little bit subtle to me. I think maybe it's a little too subtle. Thankfully, the model went ahead and created these properties for me. So I don't have to go back to chatting to make changes. I can just tweak things straight away. So it looks like it created an animation duration and a rotation degree. So I'm just going to crank those up by a little bit. And that's a little bit better, but still a little flat. Let's take a look at what the other code layer did. If I open this up, we can see now we have this funky distortion animation going on. And if I open up the properties panel, we can play with the intensity as well. So it's really easy to try out a whole bunch of different ideas at once. And I'm pretty satisfied with this version. So I'm just going to go ahead and drag it into my page. And if I drag it into the main breakpoint here, it'll automatically be reflected across all three breakpoints. And it looks a little bit narrow to me still, so I'm just going to go ahead and grab the side of it and resize it, just like I would a normal Figma frame. And within a second or two, it'll be updated. So these layers work exactly like any other Figma layer that you're used to, but fully rendered by code. So even if you've never worked with code before, these AI tools will make it really simple to get started building things. But if you are familiar with code-based environments, we wanted Figma to feel just as powerful and natural as working in a dedicated code tool. So over on the left-hand side, we have the Make tab within Sites. And if you've ever used an IDE before, this should look pretty familiar. On your left-hand side, you have a list of code components and code layers. And then here we have a fully functioning code editor. And you'll notice there's syntax highlighting, and we have full TypeScript support. So I'm just going to hover over these variables, and we can see type hints. And of course, part of working with code, maybe the best part of working with code, is having to debug, right? So we have a full debugging environment here. I'm going to just start typing console dot, and you'll see autocomplete suggestions appear as I type, and the preview on the right is reloading. And let's just go ahead and print out the length of this text variable, and we can see it show up here in the console. And we also have prettier support built into this environment as well. So you have all kinds of code-based tools. We really wanted Figma to feel like a truly code-native environment as well as being design-native. So whether you're coming to code for the first time or whether you've been working with code for years, we've built a whole handful of powerful tools for you to use. And with that, I'm going to kick things over to Alex, who's going to show you some of the more advanced workflows that are possible with code.
Thanks so much, Dara. I'm going to be diving into some of the more advanced code-based workflows that are now possible with code layers and code components. One of the things I wanted to call out about this particular component is that it has a bunch of really advanced properties as well. You can see here that the model actually generated a drop-down menu for me to tweak the animation behavior, as well as sliders for the amplitude, frequency, and speed and spacing. And I can also just edit the text live right here. This all works with variables as well. How does this actually, though, get into your code? The way that that works is through this thing called defined properties, which you can import from the Figma React package. The model also is aware of this, so it will generate it for you as well. You can see down here on line 80 that the model wrote defined properties and specified each one of those properties in code. Each property has a type, some of which you may be familiar with, such as string and Boolean properties, but we have a few other goodies in here, like numbers with sliders and drop-down menus. Each of these can be specified to the exact definition that you want your users of code layers and code components to have. I'm also going to show you another code layer that I built over here on the site, which is this nav bar. We didn't just want code layers and code components to feel like a black box when you were working with them, but we wanted them to be fully integrated within both your design systems as well as with the code ecosystem that exists there out in open source. So this nav bar has 3 different units, each with a label and each with an icon. But I'm not so certain about that first icon for shop. So what you can see here is that there's 3 separate properties for those icons that allow you to select something from your design system library. How about this one? That one looks better. And what you'll see is that immediately the code was able to re-render and contain that icon that I had just selected from my design system library. Now, how does that actually work in practice? Well, if I go over to the code, you can see that there is also a property type called instance that allows me to select something from my design system and bring it directly into my code layer. You can also specify a default value, such as this one, like a camera or flame icon from Lucide Icons that I imported, and you can use it right away. One other interesting thing about this particular code component is that I did import from Lucide React, and from this layer up here, I used Motion React, which is a very popular animation library. You're able to import any browser-compatible JavaScript, NPM, ESM module directly into code layers, and they'll just work. One other interesting thing about this particular code layer is that it's responsive. So this navigation bar at smaller sizes will hide its labels. But at larger sizes, it'll show them. How does that look in practice? You can either use the media queries that you're already familiar with from CSS, or you can use this use active breakpoint hook that we give you in the Figma React package. You can then switch based on the width, name, or height of the breakpoints that you define within sites. So this one changes based on whether or not to show the labels based on its width. And finally, once you're ready to actually see what all of your code looks like in context, you can just hit play over here, and you can see them all in a live preview in context and play with them on your site. We are so excited for all of the amazing things that you will end up making with code layers and Make. But we knew from the start that enabling creativity through code also meant that enabling creativity had to be understandable and manipulable by AI. And here's Rohit and Vincent to tell you a little bit more about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Over the course of this presentation, you've seen some incredible examples of what you can create in Figma Make and Code and Sites. And when you add AI into the mix, you can now go from an idea to a prototype in a matter of minutes. So something that was top of mind for us was how do we make these first generations feel great so that you can get your vision onto the screen as quickly as possible? And when we set out to answer this question, we learned that words don't always equal intent. That is, it's difficult to take that vision from your head, put it into words that a model is going to understand and implement correctly. Let's take a best case scenario. Here, all I asked for was a simple task tracker. And with such a general prompt, there was a lot of trust that I had in the model that it will understand what I meant. It decided to implement priorities, due dates, searching, and filtering. None of those were in my original prompt, but they were all aspects of the app that I hoped the model would implement, and I was very happy that it did. Now let's take an example that didn't go so great. Here, I asked for a really cool gradient shader, and it gave me exactly what I asked for. It's dynamic, it's a gradient, but not that cool. It didn't really match my expectations. Instead, I was trying to create something way cooler like this. This is one of Daniel's creations that you might see on Twitter. I'm not as talented as he is, so I was trying to use AI to do this. And I'm sure with a few more iterations, I could have gotten to this level. But if I could have one-shotted this, that experience is magical. So we really wanted to make sure we can consistently produce great generations on that first attempt. And the answer to doing this is evals. Evals is a curated set of prompts and inputs that we use to benchmark the progress of our models. And to measure this, we broke it down into two different categories: functionality and design. On the functionality side, models can make some really incredible things with some light prompting. For example, you might have seen this in the keynote. Tammy made an incredibly immersive 3D video game entirely in Figma Make. On the design side, though, it's clear that models are still on their journey to understand the design taste that we expect as users. Here is a very, very early test generation we did for a kid's chore tracking app. Fast forward to today, here's a much more recent run with the exact same prompt. And you can see a much more improved and cohesive design. So what did we do in between this time to accomplish this improved design? One key insight we had was that we are really asking AI to do a lot with each prompt, and each little decision and little task it has to do during its generation, it can really easily get distracted along the way and may not accomplish each one with the quality that we expect. As a result, it's important to do some of that upfront work for the model and give it some strong defaults. This way, it can focus on meeting the user's needs rather than reinventing each aspect of the app from scratch. This not only improves the quality of the design, but also speeds up the generation time because it simply has to write less code. So the first way we do this is by providing a robust set of primitives that the model can use right out of the box. Now, the model can still edit and override these if it chooses to, but it's no longer a requirement for the generation. In this example, the model had to recreate each aspect of this music player app from scratch. Now, compared to this one, the model got to use the primitives that we provided it. Now, I know there are a lot of designers in the room, so I'm not going to say this meets your standards, but in comparison to the last generation, it has definitely improved overall and is much closer to a design you might see in the wild. Another thing we did was provide the model a set of default styles and guidelines to create some consistent formatting throughout the application. In this example, the model decided all of the text styles, headers, and body paragraphs on its own. And we noticed that the model has its own understanding of what these styles should be. But it didn't really match what we expect at Figma. So one of our designers, Tammy, decided to give it better defaults. And here is the result of that effort. You can see the same app with a much cleaner and modern design. And it might be much closer to something you expect in a portfolio website on the web today. So by capturing user intent, providing user defaults, and these implicit styles, we hope that you all will have a wonderful first generation when using these products. These are just some of the challenges and experiences that we've encountered when working with AI, though. So I'm going to hand it over to Vincent to talk to you about the rest. Kill it.
Thanks, Rohit. As someone who spent years learning how to prototype in code, it's super exciting to me that we can now all make our designs real with just a prompt. But when we take a look behind the scenes, there's actually a lot of different stuff going on. We first have to convert your design to the code world, and then we have to add interactivity. And out of the box, AI models are, unfortunately for us, surprisingly bad at this task. Let's say we have swipeable cards like this, that we want to make swipeable. Let's say we have cards like this that we want to make swipeable. LLMs are prone to altering your designs, and for instance, turning your beautiful cards into something more like this. These still look fine, but these cards are no longer yours. They are no longer the cards that you've spent such a long time on making. Or they might perfectly convert your design to code, only to change your interactions, and only to add interactions so bad that it reminds you of a 2015 hotspot prototype. And every time this happens, a little piece inside of me breaks. A designer somewhere sees their designs turned into something like this. But I have to come clean, because it's not only the model's fault, it's our fault as well. Because the way we designers like to work simply is different from how models like to work. We like to create messes, not name our layers, and models just like the exact opposite, pretty much. The models want to learn, but we're making it so freaking difficult for them. If I were to give you the layers on the left here and told you to make the interaction on the right, you'd angrily chase me all throughout Moscone because I'd given you quite a hard task. So how do we make this better? Well, we have to get models and designers on the same page, in the same way that we normally have to get designers and developers on the same page. And as Rohit explained, a good way to do that is using evals, because they let us tell whether we're getting better or worse. And now we wouldn't be Figma if we didn't set up our evals in, you guessed it, Figma. So we actually took all our input designs and prompts and put them in a giant Figma file so that everyone could edit them and view them. And we even took this one step further and created Figma prototypes showing what success looks like, showing that we expected a shadow on hover if the model did a good job. And that allowed us to actually save time on manually grading the model's work, because now we could just automatically compare the model's generation to the Figma prototype, which is incredible in terms of time savings. And using these evals, we really started looking at what we were sending the model and how it was responding. And we actually saw the biggest gains not from optimizing our system prompt, but from simplifying what we were sending the LLM, making it easier for the LLM to understand your design and in turn make it reality. Of course, the best way to not have any LLM problems is to simply not use LLMs at all. This is a config insight right here. And we noticed, for instance, that models aren't good at converting your design to code with pixel-perfect accuracy. So why do we even ask that from them, right? Why don't we just generate the static code for them, and then these models can just add interactivity on top? That would be so much easier. Yet, you can do all of this, and at the end of the day, still end up with an interaction that looks like this, wondering where it all went wrong in your life and how you got here. Luckily for us, the models themselves are also getting better every day. And in our case, we actually found that reasoning models that take extra time to think are great at making Figma a reality, because that extra thinking time helps them know what elements to modify and also makes them better at trigonometry. And looking back, this shouldn't have been a surprise, because we essentially reinvented shower thoughts as an industry. So when we first observed these thinking models being super smart, we were super excited to just turn them into mini-me's, to give them all the design and prototyping guidelines that we ourselves live by and just go on vacation because we have these super smart coworkers now. But as it turns out, they do not like that at all. These thinking models are very smart, but do worse the more instructions you give them. And you have to phrase every instruction you give them very carefully, or otherwise they simply just won't listen. And that indeed makes them something like rebellious teenagers, which makes them interesting to work with, but in the end, it is worth it. We also noticed that these thinking models are super, super slow. We were basking in the glory of our improved eval performance, slamming high fives all throughout the office, only to realize that our actual product had become so slow because we were using these thinking models that it was virtually unusable. And it was a good reminder for us that we can't just live in a fantasy eval world where we run a command and get back a score. We have to occasionally step out and see whether our product still feels good to use. And in our case, luckily the solution was easy. Like, maybe we don't need to always go to the super giga thinking model. Maybe we can just sometimes go to its smaller, simpler brother and save latency that way. And that turned out to actually be quite a good idea. So I know what you're thinking. 1 year later, what does the swipe interaction look like? Well, 1 year later, it looks more something like this. And you are allowed to clap, because this is quite exciting. So we can't wait for you to make your own designs real, because this is really, really exciting. And I'll now hand it back to Holly and Nico to close us out.
I really like the swipeable interaction. A big round of applause for all the presenters. I know, right?
We hope you're all just as excited as we are to play with these new features. Make has started to roll out yesterday, and the code layers that you just saw will be coming soon. So stay tuned. We're just touching it up and polishing some edges. Yesterday, it was really great to start hearing from you all, and a lot of you have been asking us, how are these two things related?
And what we talked about to a lot of people when we were at Product Backstage, like shout out to the Product Backstage team, think about both of those things as like the tip of icebergs, of one big iceberg. Because ultimately, AI and code, the way we've started thinking about this, is a foundational technology for us that just happened to cross the surface first in Figma Make and code layers and sites. And there are so many things we already heard from all of you, and we love hearing every one of your needs, and there are a lot of things coming soon.
Now, speaking of coming soon, Nico, these ideas have been around for quite a while internally, right?
Yeah, let's actually take a look. I brought an old mock here.
What am I looking at? That doesn't look like UI 3.
Yeah, this is actually even pre-UI 2. Look at those old, like, all caps headers and the amazing work we've done on the color contrast there. We really, really came a long way.
I don't even think some of us were born, so what are we looking at?
Ultimately, this was the first exploration in the design how code layers, code components could work inside of Figma. It was around like 2018, 2019, I think. And if you look closely, if you pause the video, if you're watching this on YouTube, there are ideas that we will definitely still get to.
And why did we never do this?
Ultimately, I think that back in those days, we didn't have variables. We didn't have component properties. We didn't have variants. We didn't have smart animate. We didn't have like slightly more interactive. We didn't have auto layout even, right? We didn't. So many things were missing and were ultimately more important. I mean, look at the UI. There was a lot of work that we still needed to do to get it to a stage where this can feel better. Because ultimately, and even more so really, like the available technologies were different. And that mattered, because the really hard part, in my opinion, was that we weren't able to create something in an approachable way, in a way that empowers you to create more and come up with better ideas, with ideas you never thought you could even have in a tool like Figma, in a way that fits to the fact that design is still a journey, that you need a lot of no's for every yes, and that it's our responsibility as tool makers to give you the best possible environment for your ideas. But I'm really excited that we're now here, and this is the start of another journey for us as well. So for one last time, what were the principles that have been guiding us, Holly?
So, just make it. We want to enable you to create things that you never thought possible, while also in a way that fits one-to-one to your designs and your workflow, making AI and code fit in your process on your terms so that you can just make anything. And with this, thank you so much for coming to our deep dive. We wish you a wonderful time at Config.
Happy Config. Thank you so much, and handing it back over to Taryn and Chris. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Thank you to the Code Insights and Figma Make teams. First of all, I'm really excited about two things. First, making any layer in Sites interactive is so awesome. We've been playing around with that a lot on the brand side. And I love Make in general. I love that you can get in there and directly edit design as well. It's super, super fun.
It's super cool. I know. I can't stop thinking about how you can kind of just make anything with Make. The possibilities are truly endless. We can't wait to see what all of you start to make with Figma Make. Thanks for joining us. And if you haven't eaten lunch yet, it'll be open until 2:05 p.m. Stop by the store, pick up some swag, or maybe go outside to Config Commons just for some fresh air. We'll see you back here for our next session starting just after 2 p.m. Thanks, y'all.
Let's go. Susan, you're going to want to check this out. They're Catherine's.
Is this what she's been doing all those late nights?
She must be curious. Experimenting.
That's it. I'm going up there. Catherine, we have to talk.
What do you want?
Your father and I saw what you've been doing on the family computer.
You went through my tabs?
Cat, sweetie. We know about Figma Draw.
But no buts.
Whatever happened to just importing your SVG files?
Figma is fine for moving rectangles around, but for art?
Oh, you don't understand. You can add text to a path, make wiggly dynamic strokes, use brushes and blurs.
And what if you get hooked on it?
Listen, Missy, if you think you can just ignore other software and create your own vector doodles in some tab on some browser, then you have got another thing coming. And let me tell you, oh, don't Susan me, Tom. You said it yourself. Figma is for buttons and sliders.
It's for practical business application. It's no place for a little girl like you to just...
Express yourself.
I'm not a little girl. I'm an artist. I made beautiful images without using any outside programs, and you guys are mad at me? Open your brains. Design can be imaginative and expressive. It doesn't need to be clean and flat. I can be an artist and a product designer, or even a brand designer.
Catherine, sweetie, we're not mad. We're disappointed.
Disappointed that you didn't tell us about this earlier. Don't let your loved ones be the last to know about Figma Draw.
You guys will have that presentation ready by 4, right? It's been a month. Better be ready.
Houston, we've had a problem.
Why aren't we using our font?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We're switching to Figma slides.
And one more thing.
Susan, you're going to want to check this out. They're Catherine's.
Is this what she's been doing all those late nights?
She must be curious. Experimenting.
That's it. I'm going up there. Catherine, we have to talk.
What do you want?
Your father and I saw what you've been doing on the family computer.
You went through my tabs?
Cat, sweetie. We know about Figma Draw.
But no buts.
Whatever happened to just importing your SVG files?
Figma is fine for moving rectangles around, but for art?
Oh, you don't understand. You can add text to a path, make wiggly dynamic strokes, use brushes and blurs.
And what if you get hooked on it?
Listen, Missy, if you think you can just ignore other software and create your own vector doodles in some tab on some browser, then you have got another thing coming. And let me tell you... Oh, don't Susan me, Tom! You said it yourself! Figma is for buttons and sliders.
It's for practical business application. It's no place for a little girl like you to just...
Express yourself.
I'm not a little girl. I'm an artist. I made beautiful images without using any outside programs, and you guys are mad at me? Open your brains. Design can be imaginative and expressive. It doesn't need to be clean and flat. I can be an artist and a product designer, or even a brand designer.
Catherine, sweetie, we're not mad. We're disappointed.
Disappointed that you didn't tell us about this earlier.
Don't let your loved ones be the last to know about Figma Draw.
You guys will have that presentation ready by 4, right? It's been a month. Better be ready.
Houston, we've had a problem.
Why aren't we using our font?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We're switching to Figma slides.
And one more thing.
Please welcome your hosts to the stage.
Oh, thanks. Hello, everyone. I'm hoping everybody's having a good day so far. My name is Chris. I'm on the product marketing team here at Figma.
And I'm Taryn, a manager on our brand studio team. Before we start, just want to remind you all of a few housekeeping items. Please silence your phones. Maybe say hi to your neighbor if you haven't made any new friends yet. And be kind to our speakers with a lot of applause.
And with that, to tell us more about collaborative brand design, let's give a warm welcome to our next speakers, Mike and Cara Smith.
Hello.
Hello, everyone.
Oh, man, it's so cool to be here. Hello, I'm Mike Smith.
And I'm Cara.
And we are Smith and Diction.
Oh.
Thank you.
Oh, that was so
We're
sweet.
so excited to be here today at the peak of conference season. And you know what that means, like hotel rooms, reruns of Shark Tank. And so I decided to hijack this presentation today to say, Sharks, we're here raising $2.5 million for a 10% stake in our company. No takers? Really? No way?
We're just kidding. Actually, we're Mike and Cara Smith, and we run a branding and design studio in Philadelphia called Smith & Diction. Aww.
Anytime someone says Philadelphia, I'm legally obligated to say go Birds.
All right.
It's in your mortgage paperwork. When you sign it, it says that you have to say that or they kick you out. Fun fact, I actually made this logo for the Eagles in 2013, which was a past life of mine, but yeah.
Yeah, so you might not know us, but you might know this, which we worked on for Perplexity a couple of years ago. We were lucky enough to help build the Perplexity brand, and now they've taken it to amazing new places, but we were really lucky to do that.
Shout out to Henry, Fee, Ryan. Great job, guys. But if you are fans, which, judging by the claps, we have some fans in the audience. You might know us from this logo, which we created for Exposure a few years ago. And basically, if it's glass and it spins, we probably had something to do with it with our friend Justin Laws.
But spinning or not, what we do is we make logos, and we also make the brands that go behind those logos. You know, we all know that a logo is not the whole brand. There's a lot more to it.
Yeah. So we're here to talk about the future of collaborative brand design.
Yes, and we're really excited to talk to you about why we think collaboration is the future of design. But, you know, your first idea...
a lot of other ideas.
What was that?
We had a lot of other ideas.
Yeah, we have a lot of other ideas. Your first idea is never your best idea. So we wanted to share a couple of the alternate titles we had for this talk before we landed on this one.
Yeah, they're basically just icebreakers. If you want to talk to us later, just say any of these things and we'll talk for 40 minutes.
Several hours, yeah. First off, luck favors the prepared. We get this all the time. People say, oh, you're so lucky that you got to work with Perplexity. They say, oh, you're so lucky that you get to speak here at Config. And yes, we are. We're very lucky. We feel very privileged. But we were also prepared to do those things when that luck came our way.
Yeah, and so, I couldn't be on stage and not bring up this. Should designers code? I don't care. Should designers skateboard is the real question we should be asking everybody. I've learned more about design from skateboarding than any design book could ever even tell me, because failure is built into the actual ethos of that sport, and it's just incredible when you finally land it and you just feel amazing.
Efficiency kills love. These days you hear a lot about efficiency. I mean, it's like every billboard we've seen on the way around the city.
40 plus.
And, that's great. There's lots of great tools that are going to make our lives so much more efficient. But I think it's also important to remember that if your only goal is to get from point A to point B as quickly as possible, you're going to miss something along the way.
There's magic in the mess.
There's magic in the mess, and there's a lot of reasons why you might want to take the scenic route, not only when you're taking, Highway 1 through Big Sur, but also in the world of creative design.
Yeah. Oh, can you swap that logo at the bottom?
If you're going to impersonate Fee, you got to at least change the logo at the bottom.
Yeah, okay, great. We got the right logo on there. So being curious is better than being right. So many times we've walked into a meeting just with a genuine sense of curiosity, just be like, tell me why you're doing this. You have such conviction, you're so excited. And then I can ride that excitement. And I think that creates much better work at the end, rather than rolling up and being like, well, I have a great idea that's going to save your company. You won't get anything out of that.
Oh my gosh.
I took this out. You put it back in?
You made this deck.
No, you made this deck.
In all seriousness, if you don't know, my background is actually copywriting. Mike and I met when we were working. Thank you, another copywriter out here. Mike and I met at our first big agency. He was my art partner and I was his copy partner, and we actually liked working together so much we got married.
Some would say that was the beginning of this creative collaboration we're here to talk to you today about. Basically, I tell Kara a bunch of trash ideas, and then she turns it into actionable output. She was my ChatGPT before ChatGPT.
Thanks, bud.
You're welcome.
Okay, but we're not talking about any of those. What we actually want to talk to you about today is the idea of collaborative brand design and why we think that's truly the future of where design is headed. So we're going to do a little project. I think it's going to go well.
Some crowd work coming. Here we go.
We're ready.
Give us a little woo.
To this next slide.
No, go to the next slide. Give a little woo if you've been inside this document.
All right.
Great.
If you don't know, if you weren't wooing and you're like, what the heck is this? This is actually our studio process document. It's something we made when we started the studio, and we would send it to potential clients. It was basically like somebody says, hey, we're maybe interested in having you work with us on branding, and we would immediately be able to send them something that said, great, here's what that partnership would feel like.
Because I was just one dude trying my best.
Yeah.
So this made me seem bigger than that.
So then 2 years ago, Mike decided, let's just put it on the internet. Why not?
Well, if it helped our clients, I felt like it could help other designers, and it turns out it did.
One or two. So it was great. He didn't just put the Figma file. I mean, he didn't just put a PDF. He put the working Figma file. And this is what it looks like. And it was so exciting.
So fun fact, I didn't know I was sharing this part of Figma. I thought I was only sharing the prototype. And then I popped out and saw 1,500 cursors in there. And I was like, oh no.
Yeah, there were really quickly, people were copying the whole thing wholesale, taking it somewhere else, clicking through the layers, seeing how it was built. We were like, we did not name those layers. I don't know what they're looking at.
Yeah, no, it was wild.
But it was really, really exciting. We did have a real heart attack moment when about 45 minutes into this, Figma sent us this notice that said there were too many people in the file and they were making it view only.
I was they are going to completely charge me way too much money.
We were very scared about the bill, but it was fine. It was all view only, and thank you, Figma. We did not get into any trouble.
Thanks for not charging me $5,000.
But in all seriousness, we loved it. I mean, we loved the response that we saw. We saw that people immediately were interested in seeing how another studio might be working. So we kind of got addicted to it.
Yeah, so we ended up sharing this file a year after the process. And this file was a little bit more of the actual branding process itself. So it went from mood boards to the first round to the revisions to client feedback to style guide and all the way up to social media. So where we talked about the process in this polished way, this one we actually showed what an active studio is doing in real time.
Yeah, and it was wonderful, and people loved this little hotel that, was just down the street from us in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And so then earlier this year we did it again. Apparently we only share hotel files because that might be our favorite studio project.
Well, yeah, if you have a hotel project, please hit me up. I will put it on Figma. No, I think the thing about this, us sharing files, is now people expect to see it.
Yeah.
And so now people are tweeting very funny things like, is this the new Dribbble? And then I actually didn't tell the team that I was putting this live, and then they were like, why are there 500 people in this document right now? And then Figma tweeted this, responded, and then immediately 50 more people jumped in, and I was still making the Instagram post for it, and there was a cloud of cursors on top of everything. And I had to literally write a note that said, hey guys, can you please move your cursors off to the side? I have to finish this.
Yeah, people got pretty comfortable in our files, and we really honestly love it.
Yeah.
Because we truly believe that, collaboration is making the work better.
Yeah.
But now we want to back up and talk about why did we start doing this in the first place? I mean,
Yeah.
It is a little bit of a weird move. So let's back up. This year, our studio is going to be 10 years old. We're very excited.
Yes.
Thank
Yes,
you.
Super exciting.
But back then, this was it. This was the whole studio. This is the living room of our one-bedroom apartment in Philadelphia. I was still holding down a full-time job. We had no employees. Mike would just sit down at this desk with a nice desk and nice light and try to make logos every day.
Yeah, so when I first started Smith & Diction, I had only made maybe 3 logos for, random restaurants around the city. And so I was using Dribbble and Twitter for legitimate sources of feedback. So I kind of was using it not to be like, I'm a logo designer building brands. I was like, no, I truly don't know what I'm doing, and I could use a lot of help.
Absolutely. Now, fast forward. It's been 10 years. We have a team now. It's great. They're here somewhere. Yeah. Hi, guys. As you can see here, we're not together very often. We're mostly remote. We don't even have a photo of all of us in the same place. But now we don't need to share things online quite so often to get that feedback because you can just ask the team that we have.
Yeah.
It's great. But as we've grown, we've basically been very intentional about the idea that we want to keep our studio collaborative. So we've come up with a couple of strategies to make sure that our team feels comfortable sharing the way that we've always enjoyed sharing. And that is what we'd like to share with you today. So we're going to take you through just a couple of strategies that we use to sort of break down silos and make sure that collaboration happens fearlessly and often and frequently in our studio.
And these are designed to be hot takes, but hot takes with heart, which is my whole personality.
So we're going to take you through a couple of these today, starting with evolve or die.
I know what you're all thinking.
I know what you're thinking. You're all thinking we're talking about AI, but no, we're not talking about AI.
Not doing it.
They only
need
gave us 20
3
minutes,
hours.
so we're not getting into this. But we're actually talking about something much more basic. We're talking about the idea that progress is a process. Everything is always changing. And there is no process that's perfect enough that it should never change or shift. So we do have a process. We stick to it pretty religiously. It's not like we reinvent the wheel every time. But we do want to give you an example of how our process is constantly shifting and changing.
So when we first started the studio, like Cara said, it was just me by myself. So, and it was actually before Figma existed. So I would go on Pinterest and pull a bunch of images into a folder on my desktop. And then at night, we would sit down over dinner and I would walk her through every single file and be like, well, this is what I'm thinking about type. This is what I like about this color. Maybe we can do a symbol like this. And it worked. It was great. But then once you had a team that was not sitting in the same room at the same dinner table, it stopped working.
And so one day, Summer on our team, she was like, this is silly. This is totally impractical for me to share my Finder window with you from Virginia. I'm just going to put everything into Figma. And this absolutely instantly changed the way that we view mood boards. Because automatically, not only could we hold the entire brand at once, you could see connections and start to see all the different pieces and how they related to one another. But it also gave us this window into her brain and the way that she was thinking about things.
And from a designer standpoint, we got to see the rough blobby outline of a brand way before we had any idea of what we were actually going to create. It was absolutely amazing. And now it's become a part of every single process, every single project that we do.
Now, the end result to our clients looks exactly the same. We still present in a beautiful 16:9 format with the final design, but our team, I believe, is so much more prepared to dive in because we've had this collaborative moment where we all saw and worked on and built on the ideas together in that new phase within our mood board phase.
So going with your gut. Our whole studio is built with gut and Twitter fights. That's the whole thing.
Yeah, we have a lot of faith in creative intuition. I think a lot of the reason that a lot of you are here in this room, the reason you're at this event, the reason we're on the stage is because we're creatives, and we like that idea of using our intuition and exercising our creative gut. But we also believe that your gut can be trained. It's a muscle. It's like any other muscle, and the more you use it, the more you develop your taste, the stronger it's going to be.
Yeah, and doing this through the team is like a kind of a different way to do it, but I think it's a really cool way. So we're going to show you kind of how we approach picking things with our team. So if you go to the next slide, I think we do this really kind of rudimentary task, which we call red light, green light. And so basically, as a logo designer, you probably have 5, 10, 15 iterations of a very similar logo that you're working on, and you love them all, you can't let them go. It's almost impossible to make a decision. So one day we were working on a project, and I was like, okay guys, like I just dumped them all into Figma, put a green light next to the ones that work, red light next to the ones that you're kind of like off with. And I think it ended up being wild.
It was great. So it looks something like this. You know, you've got a bunch of different logos. Maybe they're all around the same idea. Maybe it's type tests. We've got a bunch of different brand type options. Maybe it's color palettes. We do this for a lot of different aspects of brand building. But I think there's a couple things that are really important here. So one is that we're not asking the team to go in there and pick their favorite, because that's a high stakes decision to say which is the logo that we should go with. My favorite one is a hard decision. Instead, we say put a green dot next to anything that makes your heart feel feelings. That's a much lower stakes decision. So then you start to learn, oh, okay, how do I trust my gut? How do I pay attention to my creative intuition?
And sometimes there'll be 5 green dots on one logo, and you're like, great, we're done. And then sometimes there's one on this random outlier, and then it opens up a massive conversation with the studio of just like, well, why did you like that? And I think that encourages creative conversation, which I think is wonderful.
I also think it's...
Go ahead.
I also think it's important that it's anonymous, right? So you can't tell which of these dots came from Mike and which ones came from Tully, the new guy who's still not even in our team photo. And that's important because everybody's opinion holds equal creative weight.
Yeah, and so we do this through symbols, through typography, through colors. And so at the end, you'll get a logo that feels kind of effortless, but there's like a ton of process that goes into it, which is really, really nice.
Absolutely. So don't lock it in. Now, I know it's a little risky to say this here because there's probably a lot of product designers in the room, and you all like believe in the agile process and iterative, and nothing is ever locked in, and why would you ever make any decisions? But
a lot of talk about testing out here, and I'm like,
a lot of talk about testing.
That's not me.
In brand design, there is a point when you need to pick the logo and go with it. So this probably should really say, don't lock it in too early. But what we really mean by this is that you need to have time for creative exploration. Remember when I said this talk could have been called Efficiency Kills Love? This is what I'm talking about. It is so important to make sure that your process has time for you to chase an idea. Even if you kind of know in your gut that it's the wrong idea, see where it leads, and who knows, maybe at the end of that idea it unlocks something that you never would have thought of if you'd stopped exploring.
Because you respect that little gem that you find much, much later down the process. You respect it so much more because of how much didn't work.
Absolutely. So when you do creative exploration, it might look like this. This is our Westbound file, which we talked about before. And as you can see, it's a bit of a mess.
It's a lovely mess.
We love this mess. You know,
yes.
When Dylan was talking about file size going up over the last few years, I think he was just a call out to us to
It was
chill
just
out,
our
chill
files.
out.
So in this scenario, you can see like Dan's working in his zone, Summer's working in his zone, Tully's doing illustration, I'm doing color, and I'm basically trying to rebuild the agency life of like when you would hit a wall after 12 hours of who knows what. You'd sit in your chair, you just wheel back and be like, yo, Bobby, what are you making? And he would show you like the coolest thing ever. You're like, well, I guess I got to get back to work. So this was our version of that in the remote age. So I can just zoom out and see what Dan and Tully and Summer are making. And Summer's making a dope horse. I can just drop in and say, hey, dope horse, you know?
Really helpful creative feedback.
That is kind of like how high my creative feedback goes.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. And then Summer's like, all right, I'll figure it out from here.
Yeah.
No, but the thing I love about this is that listen, I get it. This is uncomfortable. To be designing and your boss is designing like just in the same file right over there, it is a dope horse. It might make a lot of people uncomfortable, but it's also magical because I've seen this happen so many times on our team where Summer is working on something and then Dayan's like, whoa, wait a minute, I love that. Let me see what I can build off of that. Yeah. And this like organic, actual, incredible thing happens. We all jump on a Zoom and we all start talking and seeing where it can go because we're all building in the open.
Yeah. And so, you can be a little bit wild as long as you have this kind of path that can guide it. And so we've just started doing this. Alex Rinker, our buddy, worked with us a few weeks ago and introduced this to us, and Dan has kind of been working with it too. But like, how many times have you been working with a logo that you're just like, I just need to finesse it. I do a little bit more. I just need to finesse it a little bit more. I just got to do a little bit more. But then you forgot you have to build the rest of the brand. So what we've started doing is making a logo a component and putting it next to the word mark or whatever. And that way we just go about building the brand. And someone on the team might be finessing the logo behind the scenes. You just swap it once and it swaps throughout the rest of the brand.
Yeah, so this is one of the strategies. There are lots of ways to make sure you have time for that creative exploration. But the more responsibly you can build, the more strong you can hold the line on that time to make sure you can finesse the curves, but you're also making progress.
And so we've also started using Figma in this similar way with products and things like that. We have billboard mock-ups, we have vellum envelope mock-ups, business cards, all that stuff, all built in Figma. So we can just be like, okay, let's see a bunch of versions really quickly. So you might have a logo, you might have an art direction option, you might have a product-based option, and then you also might have an option that has a ton of photography, and you can see that all within seconds.
The other advantage that Mike is too polite to say is that we're a team of 5. 4 of them are designers, and I'm the only copywriter. So often, I'm behind the 8 ball. This allows the team to make progress on a design, and I can swap out the headline at the last minute.
And so sometimes we'll be practicing what we're going to present to the client, and I'll be like, oh, that headline you wrote last night is actually better. Let's swap that in. And so we don't have to bother anybody. It's all live.
The more responsibly you can build, the better off you are, and the more time you have to really land on the headline that you really love.
And so the last thing
we want to share with you and leave you with today is...
I'm scared right now, currently.
Stop being scared.
My hands are like water.
Yes. So stop being scared. Stop being scared, Mike.
Thank you.
Scared. Yeah,
Thank you.
There's a lot of things.
You guys are all cool.
About. If you put your creativity out into the world, oh, thanks, guys. If you put your creative ideas out into the world, I'm going to tell you this right now, people will say mean things about you. That's just the reality. It's rough out there.
I get into fights all the time.
All the time. But there are also a million reasons to put your creative things out into the world. When we shared the process document, people told us we were crazy. They said, wait a minute, you're going to get ripped off. And we did, completely.
Dude had presented it like in a video call, like, as it was me. I was like, dude, those are my jokes.
And as we know, Mike's jokes are a specific kind, hard to replicate.
Yeah.
But sharing the process also fundamentally changed the shape of our studio. It changed the kinds of conversations that we're in. It changed the kind of clients that we're able to have. It changed everything about the way that we operate. And I firmly believe we wouldn't be on the stage today if we hadn't put it out there.
Absolutely.
So, if there's one thing we can leave you with, it is to stop being scared. We truly believe that if you want to make the best work of your life, you have to stop being scared. You have to believe that there's time before you lock it in. You have to be brave enough to put it out there, even if it's not quite perfect. You need to go with your gut. You need to exercise your gut. Use that gut as often as you can and make those creative decisions early and often and in the open. And you need to not be afraid to evolve. Even if something's out there, that doesn't mean it's final. That doesn't mean it's the final iteration, and you can do it again and again and again. We truly believe that if you can find a community, it could be any kind of community. Maybe it's a small team that you're working on. Maybe it's a big team.
Maybe it's somebody you marry.
Maybe it's the person you married. Maybe it's the internet. Maybe it's people you've met this week at Config. It doesn't matter. But if you can find a space where you feel free to truly collaborate creatively, where you can find both creative inspiration and honest creative feedback, we believe that you and the work will always be better for it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, man. Thank Thank you so much, Mike and Kara. I really feel like that talk had so many new slogans that I kind of want to adopt, like luck favors the prepared, no ego, all heart, and maybe the most romantic one, marry your copywriter.
I did marry my copywriter, and on behalf of my in-laws, I think I'm obligated to say go birds. Anyway, love all that too. Up next, we have Jude Su from World Labs to tell us all about how trust informs almost all of design. Please welcome Jude.
Welcome, Jude.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jude. Thanks very much for having me here at Config. It's really great to be here with such a creative and inspiring audience. All the projects have been so amazing. So let's dive in. Throughout my career, I've been pretty fortunate to work on some amazing products for consumers at scale. When I worked at Instagram on the Stories product, I really thought that attention was the currency driving engagement and the success of our product. As a design lead on Coinbase Wallet, which is a product in crypto/fintech, I was pretty sure that literal money, whether it was fiat converted into crypto, was the currency driving the success of our product. Currently, I'm a member of the team at World Labs, working to build the future of spatial intelligence. And what you're watching behind me is a demo of just a single input image that's able to generate an entire world. The specific use case here is for VR. What I've come to realize is that whether we're working in social media, crypto, fintech, or AI, the foundational currency that we as designers are trading in is actually trust. Trust is the currency underlying all of these products, especially those in bleeding-edge technologies. Working in spatial intelligence is a bit of a 360 moment for me, because before becoming a product designer and then leading teams of designers, I studied and worked as an architect. And I'd like to think of great architecture as a dialogue between the designer and the user. It's especially needed when you're in a new city. Maybe you're entering a building that's a little bit mysterious for the first time. And whether you're a designer of digital experiences or real physical spaces, we really need to build trust with our users from the outset. I think the Broad Museum in LA does a really great job of this entrance. It's a really great onboarding experience. One of my favorite examples of trust is Villa Bordeaux in France. It was designed for a wealthy publisher back in the 90s, but the publisher had sadly been in an accident confining him to a wheelchair. So his brief for the architect, Rem Koolhaas, was actually to design a complicated house, as this home would become his entire world. In other words, he trusted this architect with designing his entire environment. So instead of putting an elevator in a dark corner somewhere, Rem designed this rising platform, this celebratory moment in the center of the home. And here you can see even the housekeeper benefiting from this central platform. So today, I wanted to talk about trust. It might seem like an obvious concept, but in fields like crypto and AI, it's especially important for us to dive in and sort of unpack the details. We all know that trust is earned. We know that it's built over time with every action and decision that we make as designers. And we know that it's fragile. We've all been there in that user interview where there's kind of a flicker in a user's eyes when they're confused, and you can tell that you've kind of lost their trust and they're hesitant to go next in the flow. So if trust is the currency that we as designers trade in, what I have noticed is that when it works, we can get users to do almost anything. Stay with a stranger in a cabin in the woods. Sounds risky, but we've normalized it. And as we know, Airbnb has done a really great job building trust between two humans that didn't know each other before, but making this social contract through an app. and this magical stay happens. This is 100% due to their design choices and a really deep understanding of the human OS and how it works. When Uber came along, suddenly it was safe to hop in the car of a stranger, again, and ask them to pick you up from the airport or to drive you to a job interview. The criticality of design's role in building this trust between users or two fellow humans that just didn't know each other before really can't be understated. Crypto and AI are now asking us to trust new systems in order to achieve new things with these interfaces, and it requires new levels of trust because we're asking users to learn new patterns and examples. It'll feel a lot like entering that dark museum for the first time. Trust is the currency that we as designers trade in, and we know that it can transfer. Because we're all familiar with these companies, we've seen them, we maybe use them every day or every week. It feels like they've been here forever, and maybe they will be. But in reality, each one has been disruptive to the tools and the technologies that came before it. Users have transferred their trust from existing products like Skype to Zoom or Blockbuster to Netflix. We've seen it over and over again in communication, entertainment, productivity, and creativity. If you go back far enough, you can trace all the way back in which these disruptors have taken and transferred trust from incumbents. Sometimes I worry that the phrase disruption has been misunderstood to mean chaotic or crazy or disorganized. But on the contrary, products and companies that strategically figure out how to get users to transfer and expand their trust from one existing product or service to another end up being incredibly disruptive. Maybe you upgraded your need to type on a Smith Corona to word processing on an Apple IIe. In other words, disruption is creative. It can create new systems, new markets, and new world orders, all because of these small user flows and these user interfaces that we design. So with this context in mind, I wanted to think for a minute about money. We take for granted that money works a certain way and that it always will work a certain way. But actually, it wasn't too long ago that we placed our trust in gold. Gold bars became gold coins became paper. That's right, paper. And it wasn't even a singular form of paper. In 19th century America, if you were walking around San Francisco or anywhere, these were all valid forms of currency circulating in the US at the same time. This really was the Wild West. In fact, one of these banks ended up becoming a rug pull. That means that people invested their life savings and then the paper was worthless. Can you tell which one it was? Of course not, because they all look legit. But it actually ended up being the Bank of Singapore, which is the second row on the left-hand side. And that Bank of Singapore was actually based in Michigan, not Singapore in Asia. So this really was the Wild West. And it wasn't until the US consolidated into a single form of currency in 1913 that trust and faith was restored. And this is why it's incredibly important that the brand of the United States is backing this dollar bill, because we're no longer on the gold currency or the gold standard. So, are there echoes of this in crypto today? Today, there's literally thousands of digital assets to choose from. You could buy Bitcoin, ETH, Trezor, Doge, XRP, Solana. The list just goes on and on. Not too long after I started working at Coinbase, the FTX scandal happened. You guys might remember Binance getting under investigation, and trust was at an all-time low. It was imperative that we as a design team earned users' trust in every design opportunity. And still today, trust and security are the cornerstones of the design, marketing, and messaging systems at Coinbase. I think the trustworthiness of Coinbase's brand is actually one of their strongest moats, and it's a tough thing to replicate. What I learned as a designer on that team was that what competitors do, what happens in the market, what's happening in the price of Bitcoin, all of that is absolutely out of my control. But the one thing that we as designers do have in our control is to give our products the best chance of being adopted by users that are willing to give it a shot. And craft is one of our highest leverage tools to do it. Studies have shown that it takes about 50 milliseconds to make a good impression on a user visiting your website for the first time. The better the first impression, the longer participants stay on that page and are willing to give it a shot. What might be your first impression of this page? Maybe the word simplicity comes to mind, or it's like a helpful chat with a friend that's smarter than you. It's a little bit different from a search engine. We might take this for granted now, but the product breakthrough for GPT 3.5, which is the model, was actually not technical. It was the chat interface. It was that they figured out that the design should feel more like a dialogue with a friend. And so it's really important to remember that it was a UX revolution and not just a technical one. What's your first impression of this page? Anthropic's Claude is also an LLM, but you might use different words, like human, warm, or polished. After all, it's named after a person and not just the model. Phantom's wallet in crypto takes a similar approach. It's pitched as your friendly companion through the difficult and wacky maze of crypto. And you can almost hear it talking, like it's saying, hey, this isn't going to be so hard, give it a try, it'll be fun, maybe even game-like. We can keep it simple. And they position themselves as sort of a fun guide through the world of self-custody. Design that feels like it offers users a guiding hand through the unknown can be really powerful. And when it comes to self-custody, the catchphrase you often hear is, not your keys, not your crypto. In fact, at Coinbase Wallet, I think we heard this phrase almost every day because it's the one self-custody product in Coinbase's suite. And by self-custody, we mean that it's you're 100% responsible for your assets. We provide the UI, we provide the security, but ultimately, you are the holder of the keys. With great power comes great responsibility. So when we relaunched the app in 2022, we redesigned the warm welcome screens. We tried to make the onboarding really simple. It was a really full-bodied app with a dApp browser, NFTs, DeFi, all of the things. So we really tried to make it feel simple and friendly. And I remember that when users got to this screen, they were asked to save a 12-word seed phrase. And we knew it was a tough UX pattern, but that was what was available at the time as an industry standard with the tech. So we didn't have much of a choice. But as a result, users were told not to put it in Gmail, iPhone, do not text a friend, anything that could get hacked. And so many put it back in, well, paper, back to that old technology. And it felt really weird to put your crypto seed phrase on paper. Thank God for smart wallets and passkeys now. But we're going to look back on this era and say, oh, when I was your age, I had to memorize 12-word seed phrases and walk uphill both ways. So we're luckily past that now. But when it felt like you had your access denied, that you were locked out of your keys and your crypto, it felt really odd to people. I thought that the insight was that, oh, maybe people don't trust Coinbase. But actually, what I realized was that users had trouble trusting themselves to be the sole custodian of their funds. Think about it. When was the last time you stored gold bars under your bed? Or that if you got locked out of a bank, you couldn't call a 1-800 number or customer support? It's just an odd pattern to us now to have to rely on ourselves as the sole custodians. So how do we get the next 100 million people on chain? That also was a question we asked ourselves a lot at Coinbase. And Blackbird is an app I love for this kind of frictionless experience. For those of you in New York, this will be super familiar. Many people in New York use it. You just simply tag into a restaurant, and then you get loyalty and points. It works a lot like a credit card or Amex. So it kind of uses an existing analog of a pattern that we're very familiar with. And many people don't even realize that it's on-chain. So as you tag into a restaurant, you're essentially minting an NFT every time you check in. And it just works. I love that. It's frictionless, and it's a pretty simple, clear experience. As designers, I think we can actually lean into the fact that we're able to not just craft beautiful screens or beautiful NFTs or one-off moments of delight, but we're actually able to design and plumb intelligent systems that help build trust. And it's building those systems end to end that'll actually give us a lot of leverage in building this trust and credibility with our users. So let's look at Uber, a non-crypto example. We talked about this earlier a little bit. It wasn't too long ago that when you got into a black cab in London, you assumed that the company had done ID verification, background checks, accountability, training. In fact, there was this book called The Knowledge that cabbies would memorize. They would memorize thousands of landmarks, streets, roads to pass this test. It was really hard. But then Google Maps came along, and then Uber. And suddenly knowledge was actually less important to consumers than accountability. So Uber designed a system that actually rated the reputation, one for drivers and one for riders. That's something that would have been unheard of with a cab. Within a span of about 10 to 15 years, users are expanding and transferring their trust from cabs to Uber and now to autonomous cars. And because Waymo, for instance, is an autonomous car, there's no need for a reputation system. There's no score, because self-driving cars are pretty systematic. They're pretty consistent from car to car to car. And so you actually just need to give it feedback. You don't need to give it a reputation score at all. So let's think about what actually happens before you trust your life to be in the hands of this robot car. Before you get into an autonomous car, there are a few ways that Waymo actually builds trust that I think are pretty interesting. First, what they're doing is if you think about the pyramid of trust here on the right, it's sort of like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, but for trust. So the higher up you go, the higher the stakes. What they're proving first to the user, they ask you to put in your initials and then pick a color. Very, very simple interaction pattern. But those are the initials that'll appear at the top of your car as a beacon when the car picks you up. What I love about this is that it's a fairly low stakes moment for you to begin dialoguing with your car. And so you're beginning to build the trust that it has like a baseline relevance to you, and that it likes your interests and preferences, and it can take that into account. Slowly higher stakes, next is, can this car find me on busy Moscone West, or can this car find me where I am? Not only does it find you, but it coaches you about how to find it and which way to go for pickup. So it's a slightly higher level of trust that you've begun to believe about this car. By the time you actually get into a Waymo and you trust this robot car to drive you home for this magical moment, what's amazing is that the car has proven along the way through lower stakes moments that it's worthy of your trust. And then the car just works. It just drives itself. It's pretty magical. In fact, here in the city, for some people, their level of trust is so high that they're even willing to send their dogs to doggy daycare unsupervised. Yeah. For me, that would be the ultimate level of trust. I know. Love it. So let's recap a quick moment here about what we've talked about. We talked about craft being a high leverage tool in our control as designers to build trust. We've talked about building systems, not just one-off screens. And we've talked about how this ladders up into consistency. I think that consistency is actually really important for us if we want to take and handhold our users into these new worlds and these new experiences that we're crafting for them. They have to trust that we will be consistent with them through this experience. After all, another definition of trust is really just consistency over time. Think about your deepest friendships, your closest flatmates or friends, relatives. They've proven to you over time that they're worthy of your trust. I love this quote from Dr. Fei-Fei Li. She's known as the godmother of AI. She's the co-founder of World Labs. And I really respect how her research in AI has always sought to protect human dignity. It's not just about meeting needs, but it's actually above and beyond that. Products that assume the best of users and they say, I know you're worthy of this, I know you deserve this, that can confer an enormous amount of dignity to our users. And it's our understanding as designers of the human OS and this North Star of achieving more dignity for our human users that'll really elevate all of our experiences. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jude. Knowing that it only takes 50 milliseconds to make an impression, that is a wild stat. I'm not going to forget that every time I meet somebody new. You really got to turn on the charm.
Totally agree, Taryn. 50 milliseconds is way faster than I thought it would be. All right, as a marketer, I'm super excited for our next talk. Up next for our final breakout talk on the main stage, we have Felipe and Carlo, who are going to tell us how they teamed up to lead the rebrand of Robinhood. Welcome, Felipe and Carlo.
Hello, everyone. Really great to be here. Thanks, Figma. Thanks, Config. And thank you all for staying here for the last session of the day. My name is Felipe Rocha. I was born and raised in Brazil. By the way, any Brazilians here? Amazing. Figma in Brazilian Portuguese is the best update so far. Brazil loves Figma, by the way. But yeah, I'm from Brazil, but I've been living in New York for the past 10 years as an immigrant in New York. And then I am the founder and executive creative director of Porto Rocha. We are a strategy and design agency based in Brooklyn. Oops, I forgot. This is our team. We're cute, right? And then we are actually about to open another studio in London. That's the first time that I'm speaking publicly about it. And yeah, we believe there is a sweet spot in between design and culture and business and strategy. This is where we love being situated. And you might know us or might not know us because of some of the work that we did for Sundance Film Festival, for example, or maybe some of the work we did for Nike. This one was a Pompidou takeover in Paris during the Olympics last year, or our Twitch brand evolution. But today I'm here to talk about something else. I'm here to speak. Wait, it's not a meeting. Okay. I'm here to talk about our recent rebrand for Robinhood. And as you notice, I'm not alone. Because I believe that no matter how good the design solution is, it only works when both parts are equally invested. I mean, the agency and the client. And that was the case for Robinhood. So, Carlo, your turn.
Thank you. Super excited to be here. A little bit terrified, so thanks for the invite. But yeah, hey Config. My name is Carlo. I'm the head of creative at Robinhood. Real excited to be here and share a little bit about our rebrand. As you can see, this is the old branding, but we're going to talk a little bit about the process and give you a little bit of context. But we also want to talk about this amazing partnership. I joined Robinhood early 2024. This was the brand we were working with. And what drew me into Robinhood was the chance to help reshape one of the most relevant brands of the last decade. But there was a huge challenge. As you can see, we needed to work on a perception shift. Robinhood has evolved a lot in the last few years, specifically since it launched. It's all about innovation. And despite all this innovation, the perception was kind of stuck in this kind of play money territory. But our users evolved. Our users were investing serious money. And our brand was just not keeping up. I mean, it looked beautiful, but it felt outdated. It felt fragmented. This was, for example, like Robinhood Crypto, a key part of our brand. This felt like its own different thing from a color palette standpoint, illustration style, you name it. We also have Robinhood Gold, our premium offering, that felt like a bolted-on afterthought. Even our marketing and product surfaces weren't speaking or singing the same tune, basically. They felt very disjointed. On top of that, we found ourselves in this kind of fintech sea of sameness. With so many copycats, all green started to look alike. And even our illustration style, which once was so distinctive, became this kind of blueprint for the new players entering the game. So we knew we needed to do something. We needed something that felt stronger, that unified our brand, something that could grow with us and feel more consistent everywhere we showed up. This wasn't just about a logo tweak. We wanted the brand to feel more human, more mature, more scalable, but still be bold and distinctly us. And to share more about that, how we got there, I'll hand it back to Felipe.
Okay. Okay, so in sum, according to what Carlos was saying, this project had 3 main project goals. The first one was to create a system built to scale. The second one was to resonate with an experienced audience. And the third one, to stand out against the sea of sameness. And I'll go one by one to show how we addressed all these different challenges. Starting with create a system built to scale, perhaps the most important one. And when I say scale, it's both physically down to the pixel, but also strategically to make sure whatever we do can scale to so many other audiences. Now, more specifically to their logo. Okay, the first step was to look at their current logo and find a way to simplify while keeping it what makes their logo special. So we simplified the iconic feather, really to highlight the rising arrow inside the logo, and here in this video you can see a bit of that process. Then next, we also refined their letter forms of the word mark to create a sharper and more thoughtful brand mark. And here in this page you can see the logo evolution from the left one, how it was before, and the right one, the new one. It's almost unnoticeable, but we do believe it makes a really difference, especially thinking about scaling. And then with a simpler, more confident logo, we were able to unify their brand architecture and then create this structure that is also able to scale. Now, moving into color, we did this pretty much the same exercise with color. And we created a more intentional color palette. So instead of a rainbow of different colors, similar to a lot of our competitors, we decided to keep it simple with black, white, and neutrals as well. And by having this simple color palette, then we created space to add this Robinhood neon, which is a both electric yellow-green that really, stand out, and it's uniquely Robinhood. And then by having a more focused and intentional color palette, then we were able to focus really on the message and use color only when it makes sense. In this case, we believe it's more important to expand the content, not necessarily the colors. So the second goal was to resonate with an experienced audience. And we chose typography as the core element to tackle on this challenge. A lot of careful thinking went into typography. We felt that the old sans was a bit plain, so we decided to bring in Phonic, a font with this super subtle ink traps that they add personality while keeping it very neutral and crisp. And then for headlines, we chose Martina Planting, a serif that it's both warm and smart. And this is an overview of the identity, the typography, system part of the identity, keeping Martina really for, like this headline and brand-led moments, and then using phonic for small type and in a more utilitarian way. Oops. And then besides typography, Robinhood Gold. Well, gold for Robinhood Gold, that was a no-brainer. And this is how gold is also applied into materiality, since their credit card was such an important touch point for them. And this is also how gold is used in communications. And I really like Robinhood Gold because I do feel it really balances how tech looks like, but also how traditional finance looks like. So it's really in between both. And then finally, to stand out against the sea of sameness. As Carlo was mentioning before, there was a lot of tension between illustration because it was a big success when it was launched. Those beautiful sci-fi illustrations, they worked really well, especially for key brand moments. But then in daily use, they were difficult to scale. And then a lot of other brands, a lot of other copycats started using pretty much the same style. So we decided to shift to a more technical, crisp, geometric illustration style, also inspired by financial charts. And then, unlike the previous one, which was really hard to scale and replicate, this new one is easier. And the Robinhood team is doing an amazing job, also coming up with new concepts. But we created a library with over 70 illustrations, all animated. And this was done in collaboration with the illustrator Pi Slices. And this is an overview of the library. And what I love the most about the illustration style is that it really works well from product to marketing and everything in between. And then since illustrations, they went to a place that was much more technical and precise, we needed another way to convey, to add more emotion and expression to the identity. So photography became the perfect medium to bring that balance. You all probably know or familiar with this video from the 70s from IMS, Powers of 10. I love using this video as a reference on how we approach typography. Not typography, photography, sorry. In this video, the play with this video is really playing with the idea of scale, going from, super macro moment, showing the universe, to super micro, focusing on, the tiniest details. And going back to illustration, in a way, illustration in the past for Robinhood was this idea of, showing the macro, right? So we asked ourselves, what if we do the opposite and go very micro? And that's what we did with photography. And in this new image world, a close-up of a double-yolked egg, for example, could speak to returns. Or bicycle cassette could represent speed and boost. And P-pods are also related to earnings. And leaking chains, they could allude to cryptocurrencies. And then my personal favorite, even a praying mantis can symbolize your financial journey. And then, this is the complete library of all the photos that we created in partnership with photographer Lauren Bradford and art director Sarah Pritchard. And then, finally, this is how the system came to life. Oops. And as a conclusion, our solution was inspired by, like this very famous sentence I think everyone in this room probably knows about less is more, like this very cliche statement. And this sentence was attributed to Ludwig Mies van der Rohe. Sorry for my terrible German pronunciation. I tried so many times. Ludwig was a German-American and one of the pioneers of modern architecture. And the thing about less is more is that it's often misunderstood as lack of detail or something, like lazy. But in reality, less is more. It's about being more intentional. And that's pretty much what we did in each one of the brand elements for Robinhood, from the logo to photography, typography, illustration. But then also less is more. That doesn't mean that we did less work. In reality, we did a lot of work. This is a video just showing a bit of the process behind the identity. This is probably like just one of the multiple Figma files we had for Robinhood, just to show a bit how our minds they work. Not all of this worked well, but I think that was the intention, because that's how we design. We need to try a lot of things, and eventually you arrive on something that makes sense. And that's why I wanted to also show this process video with you guys. And that's a wrap. Just kidding. I'm a terrible actor. That was just the beginning, actually.
That was the beginning. Thank you, Felipe. Yeah, I think after that amazing work in partnership with the guys from Puerto Rocha, the hard work began for the people at Robinhood. So I'm just going to flick through some of the examples of what we did. When it came to bringing the brand into the world, we just started from Robinhood.com, one of our most important touch points, where people learn who we are and what we offer. But that wasn't it. Obviously, we needed to bring the brand to life in our product. These are some onboarding screens as an example. In a few seconds, they needed to communicate new features and benefits clearly and confidently. And this beautiful brand system allowed us to also bring a lot of consistency in a very sophisticated way. Social, another huge touch point. A lot of people, this is the first place they see us. So we wanted to feel very fresh, but unmistakably Robinhood. Simple things like a headline or a blank platform. We also had examples here from performance ads that before they were probably all about conversion, but now they do both. They convert, but they also communicate who we are with a clear and very on-brand look and feel. Sizzle reels, product presentations was a chance for us to reintroduce our products with energy, sophistication, and a clear point of view, where motion type and our tone worked in sync. So as you can see, across all these touch points, we weren't just trying to show features, we were trying to tell a story that builds trust, that expresses a more sophisticated and more mature brand. So finally, we also wanted to share some of our recent work. This is an Active Traders campaign that we did in collaboration with an amazing partner, Man vs. Machine, that had nothing but compliments for the work done by Puerto Rocha. This helped us pull together everything and convey this trust and sophistication feeling that we wanted. So I'll play it.
The future is here on Robinhood. Purpose-built for how you trade. With new ways to execute your strategies and analyze, buy, and sell. Seamlessly trade stocks, options, crypto, and futures in one place.
Then to finish, I just want to say that everything that we created, of course, was possible with the collaboration we had with Robinhood team and so many other partners that we had to work with, from the photographers, but also Studio Image, Man vs. Machine, the list goes on. But I couldn't finish this talk today to give a special shout out to our team at Puerto Rocha. In particular, Leo, my partner in life and also in business, who is here somewhere. I couldn't find him. But also Joseph, Marcos, Thales, Josh, Ido, Surya, Marek, Natalia, Yao, Pedro, Hamilton, Luciana. If it wasn't for them, none of this would be possible.
Yeah. You're making me look bad. I don't have a beautiful slide with everyone from Robinhood. They know who they are. I don't think we could fit them here. It's a huge effort, cross-functional effort from the marketing team, the creative team. Some of them are here. Carly, Angeline, Esther, Tim, Daniel, Andy, Michael. I'm probably forgetting a few. Devin, if I haven't mentioned you. Yeah, that's why I don't have photos, because I'm going to forget names. And then it couldn't have been possible with this amazing partnership. We wanted to kind of like close it out with a tweet that kind of ended up influencing the name of this talk. Going back to seeing a lot of the internet reactions that we saw, there was this tweet that caught our eye, specifically around this idea of context is everything. I can read it out loud real quick, but this idea basically says context is everything. This looks more polished and refined and less playful than what Collins did, which I'm sure was effective for introducing Robinhood to the mass market at the time. Storytelling never ends. Each chapter is in context of the one before it. And we felt that this was so true to our process, so true to how things happened, so true to our collaboration, and so important for us to speak to this today, because without that context, this wouldn't have been possible. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, I just have to gush. I'm such a huge fan of all of that work that was just shared by Felipe and Carlo. And I have to shout out that extremely gorgeous photography library. It was like so well executed, so weird.
And with that, Config 2025 is coming to a close. It's very sad. A huge thank you to all of our speakers. Let's give them one more round of applause.
Yeah, and thank you all for joining us this year. We love building products with our community, and we love when we get to see you here in person and on the live stream. Thank you so much for your contributions to Figma. We're excited to keep building with you.
With that, let's go out and celebrate Config 2025 at Config Commons, just upstairs and outside. If you see us around, please come say hey. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.
Let's go.
'cause it doesn't